Looking for a random killer, a man who's killed once and might kill again. His victim was a girl of 19, and detectives are appealing to you to watch this reconstruction very carefully to see if you can help. Think back to just before the New Year, Sunday the 29th of December. It's the first Sunday after Christmas. The place? East London. Beside the canal at Hackney is an area of workshops and printworks, largely silent for the Christmas holiday. That Sunday, December the 29th, the roads here were deserted. But one printer's, Fairway Graphics, had deadlines to meet, and because of problems with machinery, Paul Tidyman, an assistant printer, had been asked to stay behind to do some overtime.
Oh, Alison. Yeah, look, it's me. Look, I'm going to have to work late tonight. Is that all right? Yeah? Do you want to come over here?
Well, you better tell me how to get there, then.
Although Alison had been Paul's girlfriend for 3 years and they'd been engaged for 2, she'd never been to where he works.
Cross one road, and you'll see Fairway Graphics on the right-hand side. All right? Now walk through the gate, and I'll be there.
What time shall I leave?
Well, if you leave between about 5:30 and 6 o'clock, then I'll start looking out for you from around 7.
All right, see you later, then. Bye. Thanks, Mum. I better go now, because I don't want to keep Paul waiting.
Well, you haven't had your sweet yet.
Oh, I won't have time for sweet. Anyway, I don't want to get fat like you, do I, Dad?
I do not.
Mum, could I borrow a couple of quid for my fare, please?
Yes, of course you can. That should be it.
Fine, thanks a lot.
All right,
I'll be off. I'll see you later.
Okay.
Yeah, bye.
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 With only enough money for her one-way fare, her sheepskin coat and Paul's directions, Alison set off. It was a bitterly cold evening. Alison walked 300 yards to the bus stop outside Upminster Bridge tube station. A passerby remembers seeing someone like Alison standing there, waiting, at around 5:45. The bus she took would have been a single-decker 244 or 248 to Romford Station. The journey would have taken about 10 minutes. From Romford, she took a 20-minute train journey to here, Stratford in East London. It was at Stratford Station that detectives had the last clear report of Alison being seen alive by the ticket collector, Rose Lee.
Excuse me, I think I've got myself lost. I've just come from Romford and I want it to Hackney Wick.
Well, why you've got to go straight back down to the bottom, into your left, over the bridge number 1.
Number 1. It's been freezing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really cold.
Thanks. Bye.
Alison may have waited 15 minutes on platform 1 for the train to Hackney Wick. This is the North London Link line, just after 7 o'clock, and Alison might have been the only passenger. The journey lasted just 2 minutes. Hackney Wick is the first stop. Police believe Alison arrived here at about 7:10. Though she may not have realised it, she was now just 5 minutes' walk away from Paul in Fairway Graphics. But she never got there. From dozens of possibilities, detectives are now concentrating on 3 main theories about what happened in the hour before she died. Theory 1 is that Alison was followed from the train. Alison may have been lost, or she may have realised she was being followed. A minicab company remembers receiving a call from a young woman at 13 minutes past 7.
Hello, I'd like a cab, please. I'm at Hackney Wick Station, and I want to go to Hackney. A delay? How long of a delay?
Either her time ran out, or she couldn't wait. The line went dead. The cab telephonist remembers that the caller sounded distressed. Detective's second theory is that after Alison got off at Hackney Wick, she was lost. Having made the call and failed to get a cab, she walked 50 yards to the junction with Berkshire Road. If she'd walked straight on, she'd have got to Fairway Graphics in 2 minutes. Instead, she may have turned right and continued down Wallace Road. It leads to the canal and to a printer's yard where people go looking for discarded proofs of girly magazines. It could have been she met her killer here. The third theory is that after making the phone call, Alison again walked to the junction with Berkshire Road, but this time she walked the right way, straight down the road towards Fairway Graphics. When she got there, she would have seen the sign saying Atlas Works, which she knew was another name for Fairway Graphics. But instead of going to the main doors, maybe she turned down to the side. It leads to the canal. Alison Day's body was found 300 yards away from Atlas Works in Hackney Canal. She'd been sexually assaulted and strangled. Leading the hunt for her killer is Superintendent Eric Brown. Perhaps we should stress straight away, those are three prominent theories. They're just best guesses, but there are other possibilities.
Yes, there are. Alison could have been picked up by a car, someone purporting to be a minicab, or she could have used the S2 bus.
Now, a lot of it is guesswork because the last definite sighting is Rose Lee, the ticket collector at Stratford. What do you know about the time from about 7 or 7:10, whenever it was, 7:10, 7:20, that she arrived at Hackney Wick?
Well, she got off the train at the telephone box. She made that telephone call, and eventually her body was found in the canal at 8:10.
How do you know she went into the canal at 8:10?
Because her watch stopped at about 8:10, and it's been examined forensically. And we can say that it did stop immediately. It went into the water, and other forensic examinations confirm that.
So she got off the train at 7:10 or 7:20 and was in the canal by 8:10?
Yes.
Now, what might people round there, if there were people round there, other than the killer, have heard or seen?
They might have heard Alison scream, or they might have heard a splash as this coat was put into the canal separately from Alison. Or they might have seen someone on the Trowbridge estate, which is the estate close to the scene, carrying a coat like this. And this was put into the canal very close to the Eastway Bridge.
Right. And you brought some shoes. These her shoes recovered from the canal?
Yes, that's... no, they're not. Her shoes, these are very like her shoes. Her shoes are missing. And we would be very interested to hear from anyone who's seen a pair of shoes like this discarded somewhere.
Have other women been attacked in this area?
Yes, women have been attacked in this area. We'd be very interested to hear from any women that have been attacked in Hackney Wick or Leighton or Bow, which are very close.
Now, the crucial time, presumably, is anybody who has been attacked or anybody who's been frightened by a man in that area, what, around Christmas time this year? This attack, remember, was the last Sunday of the year, Sunday after Christmas.
Yes, that's right. That's the crucial time. But we'd also be interested to hear from women who've been attacked in, say, the last 3 or 4 years in that area.
Really? As far back as what, 1980, 81, 82?
Yes, that's right.
OK, well, if they will ring, please do. If you can help, do ring us now. Here's the number, 01811 8055. You can, if you want, ask to speak to a woman police officer. If you prefer, you can ask to speak to a BBC researcher. It is in absolute confidence. Or you can ring the police direct on 01488 5212 and ask for the Alison Day incident. Month reconstructions with the tragic story of a 15-year-old Dutch girl, Martje Tamboza. Martje had lived in England for the past year. The family moved to Britain because her father was posted here by his company. Their home is at West Horsley, near Guildford in Surrey. The Tambozas have lived here in the village of West Horsley for almost a year. At 4 o'clock after school on Thursday the 17th of April, Marcia left home to cycle to the next village of East Horsley. The family was out when she set off, but her sister says Marcia wanted to buy some English sweets to take back to the Netherlands on a school trip that weekend. She was a shy girl, but popular and very pretty. This is her 15th birthday party, 6 days before her death. These are the last pictures her family have of her. Marcia passed West Horsley Garage at 4:10. A passer-by clearly remembers her blue jacket and her bright turquoise trousers. Marcia's mother had told her to keep to the main roads, but there's a well-used shortcut to East Horsley up the cinder path beside the railway. There are no known witnesses from this point on, but someone must have lain in wait. Some 10 minutes later, the 4:22 to London passed by, just as a resident, Anthony Mabbott, turned onto the cinder path. The cord was still in place. He didn't see at the far side of the field a bicycle. This is an aerial photograph showing the cinder path beside the railway, and this is where the cord was found. Here is Marcia's bicycle. And this, an hour later, is where a man was seen behaving rather strangely. He seemed to be peering into the next field, perhaps waiting for some people there to go away. This is where the man was standing. And here, 200 yards away, is Oakwood Close. Just before 6 o'clock, a man in a dark blue jacket walked into the close from the fields. A resident remembers seeing him pass her house. Just after 6, 2 neighbours driving home into the close also saw a man in blue. They recalled that he had mud on his right shoulder. He was walking in the direction of East Horsley. 5 minutes walk away is Horsley Station. Just after 6 is peak commuter time, and the man would have been walking against the flow of people. By now, the family was deeply worried. It was not like Marcia to stay out without saying where she was. By nightfall, they were frantic. The police had been informed, and friends and neighbours began a search. At 10:30, they found her bicycle. Searchlights were brought in, but by daybreak, Marcia had still not been found. At 8:30, 2 gamekeepers out shooting met up with the police.
Morning, gents. What are you boys up to? Well, we're looking for a missing girl. You've been all through the woods, have you?
Yeah, we've been shooting all round here.
Around this morning?
Yeah.
Have you seen anything unusual that you've not seen before?
They remembered that they'd seen what looked like green plastic sacks just back there in the woods. They went back with the police and there found Marcia's body. And this is where the body was found. Well, this is the man in charge of the inquiry, Detective Chief Superintendent Vincent McFadden. How did Marcia die?
Marty died as a result of several blows to the head, and she was sexually assaulted.
Now, had there been other sex attacks in this area?
We would normally expect to find with an investigation like this a number of other incidents which hadn't been reported to us. But on this occasion we found only one incident that we know of, and that took place on the Monday, 3 days prior to the attack on Marty. This involved a middle-aged woman that was walking from the medical centre towards West Horsley when a man jumped out of the hedge in front of her and did what we must describe as a war dance. The woman retraced her steps.
She was unhurt?
She was unhurt. This man was described as 5'8", slim build, collar-length, dark-haired, 2 or 3 days' growth of stubble, mid-blue anorak and blue trousers.
Now, of course, that man might be entirely innocent. He hasn't broken the law, so you obviously want him to ring in if he is innocent. But do you suspect that he might be the murderer?
Of course, if he is innocent, we would wish to speak to him and would wish for him to contact us. But there is the possibility that he's the same man that was seen in the field.
Obviously, if there has been another attack in the area, if any woman has been frightened by a stranger like that, you desperately need them to ring in.
Yes, of course. We would ask them to come forward and their calls will be treated in the strictest confidence.
Now, what about the man who, one must assume, was the murderer, who was seen coming out of the fields through Oakwood Close, and we last saw him turning the corner and walking in the direction of East Horsley? Is that the last that we know about him?
Yes, he was seen at about 6:02 in Ockham Road South. Obviously, he could have gone into a nearby house. He could be a local man. But we do have a sighting of a man at a railway station a little later on at 6:07. A man was sitting outside waiting for his wife when this chap described in a blue anorak and blue trousers ran to the booking office door, through a gate because it was locked, up over the bridge. He bumped into a number of people. He's described variously as having a blue anorak or a beige coat on. The train was moving off. He ran towards the train. The guard stopped the train and allowed him to get on.
That was a good of the guard. Now, what time was that train?
That was 6:07.
So that would fit precisely
the time that the man would have been walking down that road.
OK, so if anybody remembers, it was they who got on that train, that 6:07 train we're talking about, Thursday the 17th of April.
That is correct.
And they would remember a train stopping for them.
Obviously, we would ask him to come forward because it would save us wasting resources if he's just an innocent person running for a train.
Some of Marty's belongings were taken?
Yes, missing from Marty, in fact, was a purse identical to this. It's Jordache make purse. Inside the purse was approximately £25, a key, and an identical Dutch bank card to this one. This is, in fact, Marty's sister's bank card.
Well, there can't be many of those. Now, if people ring with suspicions, are you going to be able to check their suspicions out and rule out people who are innocent?
Yes, as a result of the latest laser technology, we do have outstanding fingerprints, we have a minority blood group, and we also have forensic evidence, and we will either be able to implicate or eliminate if people will give us details of any suspects.
Mr. McFadden, thank you very much. If you can help in any way, the number is 018118055. Please do ring. You can speak to detectives if you prefer at Surrey Police Headquarters. The number there, 0483 65272. That's 0483, the code for Guildford, 6527.
Anne Locke, who disappeared last Sunday. She got married only 4 weeks ago, and nobody who knows her can think of any reason why she'd leave home. She was last seen at 8:30 on Sunday evening when she left London Weekend Television, where she worked. Her usual journey home to Hertfordshire took her from Waterloo Underground Station on the Bakerloo line to Oxford Circus, then to the Victoria line to Finsbury Park, where she'd catch a British Rail train to Brookmans Park. She probably caught the 9:38 train that evening, arriving at Brookmans Park at 10:01. Anne's bicycle, still with the padlock on the back wheel, was found on this footpath. It's about 50 yards away from the station bike shed where she left it that afternoon. Anne was wearing this ski jacket, but without the sleeves. It was blue on the back. She also had a pink sweater and a black leather bag. If you saw her during her journey home, or if you've seen her anywhere since, please call us.
Reconstructions. Anne Locke, a secretary at London Weekend Television, had been married just a month when she vanished on her way home one Sunday night. It's a case that's produced big headlines and wild rumours. Tonight, we'll be showing the face of a man that police need to trace in connection with her disappearance. Our reconstruction starts 7 weeks ago at Anne's home in Hertfordshire.
Hello? Yeah, yes it is. Oh, hello, Simon.
Just after lunch on Sunday afternoon, May the 18th, Anne Locke's boss phoned from London Weekend Television.
I'll be in about 4 o'clock.
Anne occasionally worked Sundays, but the producer asked if she could work a little later than usual.
No, I don't mind. Of course I don't mind. That's fine. All right then. See you later. Bye.
Anne's 86-year-old grandmother lives in the same house, and she remembers all was normal when Anne left home.
Bye, Nan. I won't be late.
Anne's husband was in Dorset for the weekend, planning a diving trip for their sub-aqua club. He was away till late that night.
This particular Sunday, we had just sold her car, and she would normally on a Sunday have driven all the way up to LWT where she could have parked her car. But on this particular occasion, because she had no car and the new one had not yet arrived, she cycled to Brookman's Park station.
Brookman's Park is a prosperous Hertfordshire village just north of Potter's Bar. Anne was known around the village by her maiden name, Sunyuk. That Sunday, Anne was only just back from her honeymoon, and she had a noticeable suntan for mid-May.
Excuse me, what time's the next train, please?
To 43.
43?
Yep.
The ticket collector clearly remembers Anne arriving with her bike. Almost certainly she would have parked it in the station bike sheds and locked it. Anne's normal route to work took her on the Welwyn Garden City to London line that used to be called the GN Electric. It stops at places like Potter's Bar and Finsbury Park. London Weekend Television on the South Bank. Anne finished typing the London programme scripts at around 8:30. On her way out, she had to hand copies of the scripts to drivers who delivered them to the producers' homes.
Hello.
Hello. Good evening.
You come to collect these?
Yeah, I'm going south.
Okay. That's yours there.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you. Driver, if no one is in, please put through letterbox. You must be joking. What do you think we're going to do, drink it back?
Well, you might do. Some drivers would. I'll see you, thanks. Night-night.
These were the last people known to have spoken to Anne. No one seems to have seen her since. Assuming Anne went home, she'd normally have walked to Waterloo Underground, the York Road entrance. There she would have waited on the Bakerloo line platform and taken a northbound train. There are no sightings so far of Anne on this section of her journey, nor at Oxford Circus, where normally she changed onto the Victoria line. At Finsbury Park, Anne would have switched to British Rail, probably the 9:38 to Welwyn Garden City, which would take her to Brookman's Park. No one has come forward who saw Anne that Sunday evening. But if you were there, something might jog your memory. A fellow passenger was behaving rather oddly. It's 9:38 on Sunday, May the 18th. Nine stops down from Finsbury Park is Brookman's Park, Anne's home. The bike shed is unlocked and the station is unmanned. This teenager has come forward and remembers seeing someone about half an hour before that London train arrived.
You seen anybody with an air gun?
No, why?
Somebody been shooting at pedestrians with an air gun.
No, I haven't. Been a friend's house, took them offwards.
By this time, Anne's husband, Lawrence, had got back from his boat trip.
I arrived home just before 10 o'clock. Nan met me on the drive and she was quite distressed as Anne hadn't come home and she hadn't phoned either. I unhitched the boat, unloaded the car and drove back down to Brookman's Park station. I got there had a look in the bike shed to see if her bike was there, and it wasn't. It had already gone. I was about to leave when I saw a train coming in.
Just after 10, the train Anne should have been on arrived at Brookman's Park. This couple, Mr. and Mrs. Masterman, home from a hiking trip, are sure that they were the only people to get off at Brookman's Park.
I phoned work to actually ascertain that she had left, and they said that she had and left quite some time earlier. I phoned a couple of friends to see if she was around there. I checked with the police to see if she had been involved in a road accident on her bike. I then reported her missing to the police at Hatfield.
At dawn, 5 o'clock on Monday morning, police found Anne's bike 60 yards from the station shed. It was still padlocked. From here, Hertfordshire police have mounted a 7-week search of fields, woods and parkland near the Brookman's Park railway station. It's so far taken over 16,000 man-hours. It's turned up some slight evidence that Anne Locke might have got as far as Brookman's Park that Sunday night. Her diary and address book were found along the footpath that crosses Blue Bridge Road. Inspector Paul Dockley, you personally found that address book, but it was 700 yards away from the diary found by one of your colleagues.
That is quite correct.
Now, how do you account for that?
Well, in fact, one of the considerations we're making is that that bag that Anne was carrying, which is a black zip-up bag, which we have here...
This is a replica, yeah?
This is a replica. Could have been found, and the items abandoned from that bag by some passer-by after the event. Now, obviously, we have made inquiries with the Director of Public Prosecutions with regard to this, and he's agreed that there will be no police prosecution if any person comes forward saying they found that bag, removed any of the contents or the money that was in it, as long as they're not involved with the disappearance of Anne Locke.
And of course it could have been somebody quite innocently, finding the address book, whatever, tossing it away, thinking it was of no good to anybody. You desperately need anybody who found the bag, all the contents, anything like that in that area. Now, that teenager who saw that man acting strangely on the Sunday night at Brookman's Park, that was a fairly strange piece of behaviour.
Well, not only was there that, but on the previous day, the Saturday, at 11:45 in the evening, some people had been to a dinner party in Brookman's Park and returning to the station, and there was a bench across the entrance to the platform, which made them walk in a rather obscure angle onto the platform. They were approached by a man. He asked what time the last train was, stood around for a few minutes, and then he made his way out of the platform and up the stairs and out of view, and he hasn't been seen since.
So on 2 consecutive nights, just before she disappeared, around the time she disappeared, there was somebody acting strangely. You've got a description. We've got the first video fit of this man. Can you describe him to us?
Yes, this man is described as 35 to 40 years. He's 5'6" tall, of medium build. He has a receding hairline and collar-length brownish hair, dark brown hair. He was wearing a bomber jacket and dark-coloured jeans or trousers, and it is believed that he just spoke with a local accent.
Right, now that's an entirely new description, and of course the man presumably need not have been a local. I mean, Brookman's Park is right on the A1 and the M25.
That is correct,
so
yes.
He could, frankly, have come from anywhere.
He could have done.
She's been missing a long time now, and do you think there's any chance that Anne is still alive?
We are obviously very concerned for her safety, and we do fear that she may have come by her death.
Right. OK, well, if you feel that you can help in any way, please do call us. Detectives are waiting for you. Call right now on 01811 8055. Or you can call the incident room at Welwyn Garden City. That's 0707 331 011. Welwyn Garden City, 331 011. Between December 1985 and May 1986, 3 young women were murdered in what appeared to be quite unrelated cases. Only slowly in the months of painstaking detective work that followed did it emerge that one man might be responsible. A serial killer was on the loose. The linking of these cases is an important story. It shows how police inquiries can still depend upon a good hunch, but above all, on help from the public. Using police, forensic scientists, witnesses, and, where necessary, actors, we've reconstructed the crucial stages of the inquiry. The story begins on a Sunday night at the home in Romford in East London of 19-year-old Alison Day.
Thanks, Mum. I better go now because I don't want to keep Paul waiting.
Well, you haven't had your sweet yet.
Oh, I won't have time for sweet. Anyway, I don't want to get fat like you, do I, Dad?
Alison was setting off to visit her boyfriend. She left home at 20 to 6. It was a cold Sunday evening just after Christmas, and the streets were almost deserted. The last part of her journey took Alison on the North London link to Hackney Wick. The train arrived at 7:10. She was now less than 5 minutes from the printers where her boyfriend worked. But Alison never arrived. She simply disappeared.
Of course, each hour of each day was a torture for the parents, the family and the boyfriend, not knowing hour by hour what had happened to her.
Before services are back to normal. Police searching for the missing teenager Alison Day have found the body of a woman. The discovery was made this morning by police frogmen searching the River Lee in Hackney. Police say they're treating the case as a murder, but there are no further details at this stage.
She had been tied up, strangled, brutally raped, and her body disposed of by being thrown into the River Lee. She was found after 14 days, and of course by that time there was virtually no forensic evidence whatsoever. We did, however, find one important clue in the river. Purely by chance, a frogman in a training exercise about 200 yards further up from where she was found her coat under the Eastway Bridge.
Well, let's lose anything. It's heavy. Hold on a minute. Looks like it's weighted as well. Stay on the ladder, mate. Oh, it's very, very heavy. Something inside.
In normal circumstances, that wouldn't be much of a clue. It was a fairly ordinary sheepskin coat, and we didn't expect to gain very much from it.
Yes, there is bricks in the pocket. And another brick in this pocket.
At the police forensic laboratory at Lambeth in South London, it took 2 days to dry out before scientists could inspect it.
Well, the coat was muddy and covered with the remains of small animals from the river. This made taping much more difficult than normal. However, we could see that we were picking up fibres on the tapings, some of which might have come from the attacker. So we knew that if the murderer was caught, there was some possibility that we could match fibres on the tapings with fibres from his clothing. But the chances were very slim.
We had no witnesses who saw Alison on the train or at Hackney Wick Station. All the immediate suspects were very quickly eliminated. Nothing else at all. But we did get one interesting fact from the pathologist who carried out the post-mortem examination.
When I was asked to do the autopsy, I found that this lady who'd had ligature around her neck had also had this ligature tightened with a tourniquet. A branch was used from somewhere nearby. In addition to this, there was also a knot which had been tied into the ligature around the front of her neck in order to tighten the neck even further and to have an effect, therefore, on the voice box. The fact that we had this combination of injuries led us to believe that possibly the person involved may have been someone who knew something about the martial arts, or indeed someone who possibly had been in the armed forces. But of course, at that stage, this was mere speculation.
Three months later, and 30 miles away from Alison's murder, one Thursday afternoon, a Dutch schoolgirl, Martje Tamboza, left her home to buy sweets in the nearby village. She took a short cut along a cinder path that ran along the railway line.
It was probably the worst killing I'd ever seen in my career. She had been savagely raped, subjected to brutal head injuries and strangled. The murderer tried to destroy the body by burning, and it was so horrendous that everybody was absolutely devastated and upset by what they saw. I was of the view that there was no way that we could ever give up in attempting to catch this man, and I actually said at the time that if it cost £2 million, we would still have to find him. It was that important to me and everybody else on the team.
Right, I'm going to pick these up now then, Jamie.
Right, Peter, I'll get them off you.
Right, first of all, the tissue. It's FC21.
Tissue FC21.
Yeah.
And now the matches, 2 matches. FC22.
FC22, the matches.
During the course of the examination at the scene, it became clear to me that we were searching for somebody who had deliberately endeavoured to destroy evidence. Here there was a clear attempt to actually destroy the body and also destroy various parts of the body with a view to preventing any police officers or scientists obtaining forensic evidence, which of course gave us an indication that we may be looking for somebody who had experience or had committed a crime of a similar nature before and was aware of what the police were interested and would be looking for.
A major incident room was set up at Guildford Police Station.
Have you seen this statement here?
Over 120 policemen and women were drafted in to begin Surrey's largest ever murder investigation.
Look at every single inquiry very thoroughly indeed. This is a most serious and horrendous murder which we must detect. And I want you all to look at every item and snippets of it. The other thing is that I must repeat again that we must put everything into the incident room. If we do not, the inquiry falls down. If you store action yourself, we don't know about it and we can't use that information.
Yes, I did see somebody here yesterday over the other side of those trees, standing in a ploughed field, and I noticed him because he didn't have a dog with him.
Could you tell me what he's wearing, please?
Yes, he had a blue parka on, and he was standing in the middle of the field.
Station. I see this line across the path. It was tied there and on this rail. When I looked, there were fewer knots on this side.
Yeah.
So I took the easy way out, untied that side, lifted it across and poked it through the wire and then continued to the station.
As a result of one of the witnesses coming forward the other day, who found the fishing line at the point where we think the confrontation took place on the footpath, we must now be very conscious of anybody we're talking to who's involved in fishing or has got a skimmer.
Well, first of all, we felt the crime was local. It had every indications of being a local man, and we were would have been surprised if it wasn't local. But then, with this colossal amount of information coming in, we began to realise that we would have to perhaps look elsewhere. And I can indicate that by there were many people who cited a man leaving the village of East Horsley and running across the footbridge for the train, which was the 6:07 train, that evening, and clearly taking the man out of the locality. As a result of that and the amount of work and information we had, we actually tried to trace every single person on that train. That included searching through 2 million railway tickets.
They found dozens of tickets that could have been the killers, but no fingerprints that matched with criminal records. Then came a breakthrough from the forensic laboratory. From semen stains left on Marcia Tamboza's clothing, scientists were able to determine the murderer's blood group.
We could tell that her killer was Group A. In fact, he was an A secretor, which simply means that there are some blood group substances in his semen and his other body fluids.
1 person in every 3 has an A secretor blood group. But another, more discriminating test narrows down the possibilities still further. By measuring an enzyme in the blood called PGM, scientists can divide people into 10 distinct categories.
We could tell that her killer was either group PGM1+, group PGM2+1+, or PGM1+1-. Taken together, this means that the police could eliminate 4 out of every 5 potential suspects by the blood grouping alone.
There was a second crucial piece of expert evidence. Marcia Tamboza's killer had tied her hands with a short piece of string. It was a rare brand made from paper. It's called Somyarn, and inquiries revealed that a factory in Preston was the only manufacturer.
The thickness of the paper that the string's made from, between 80 and 90 microns. Now, that's very interesting, actually. It tells me that it's made from Proviforce paper, which we haven't used since 1982. So it's quite an old piece of string that you've got here. The width of the strip of paper, between 17 and 18 millimetres. Now, that's unusual, too. That means it must have been made from an edge strip.
And what does that mean?
An edge strip are the 2 edge pieces as the paper's being cut, and they're always slightly over or slightly undersized, slightly non-standard, in fact. So a combination of the unusual width of strip, the non-standard width of strip, and the age of the paper that's been used means that it's a very, very unusual piece of string that you've got here, probably unique.
Say they're becoming increasingly concerned for the safety of a newlywed woman. Anne Locke, who's been married for just 4 weeks, was last seen on Sunday evening.
A normal route home is from Waterloo on the Tube to Finsbury Park, where she catches a British Rail train to Brookmans. But as time passes, concern for the safety of Mr Locke's bride of 4 weeks grows.
The woman is Anne Locke, a 29-year-old secretary at London Weekend Television. She was last seen leaving the London Weekend...
It's always a worry for every senior investigator that maybe the man that you are hunting has struck again. And there were so many striking similarities in relation to Anne Locke being missing in relation to the inquiry I was investigating that I was very concerned. So concerned that I rang the incident room in Hertfordshire and said, look, I think we better have a chat because there's too many similarities that worry me.
We've got a large area to cover over this way.
They came down to Surrey and we took them out and showed them the scene of our particular murder, and they were very worried that it could be the work of the same person. But of course, until Anne Locke's body was found, no one could be certain.
Well, about this time, I appealed to Crimewatch UK for help, and as a result of that programme, a lot of very interesting information came forward. But what was very crucial was that a police officer investigating the murder of Alison Day contacted my boss, Vincent McFadden, with very important and vital information.
I asked him how his victim had died, and he said she had been banged on the head 3 or 4 times. He asked me how ours had been killed, and I said, well, she's been strangled with a ligature. But the strange part, and we've never let this out to anybody, is a tourniquet. And he said, well, how do you mean a tourniquet? And I said, well, a piece of wood put in through the knot in the neck and twisted. And I can hear the silence now.
The penny dropped that a piece of wood that was leaning against the body of Marty Tamboza, instead of being used as an accelerant to burn the body, as I first thought, clearly was part of a tourniquet.
We then called the pathologist to a conference, and Dr. Venices was able to examine Marty Tamboza. Her body was still available, and it was his opinion that the two girls had in fact been murdered by the same person.
Later that month, another link emerged, this time from records of an inquiry called Operation Heart. There'd been a rape close to West Hampstead railway station, where the attacker had used similar techniques.
The links between these two offences were that the hands had been tied, clothing had been cut, and the blood group of the rapist was exactly the same as the murderer. And of course it was part of the Operation Heart series. And we then knew that we were looking for a multiple rapist and murderer.
In fact, Operation Heart had been looking for a pair of rapists, who together had been attacking women mainly in the Camden Town area of North London. By 1985, detectives had linked 27 cases. But after a year without success, the inquiry was on the point of closing down. But Operation Heart had amassed a lot of information about the rapists.
Well, we knew that one was a tall man and one was a short man. We didn't know a great deal about the tall man, but the shorter one was an A-secretor blood group, and from witnesses we were told he had fair hair. He'd also given the witnesses information about being in prison and in prison hostels, but we thought a lot of that was deliberate lies to put us off the scent. We also knew that this man often worked alone, and he had a very distinctive methods in the way that he operated. He would always carry a knife, he would engage the girls in conversation before he attacked them, and he would steal property from them on occasions, and he would often attack girls near deserted railway stations. We next set up an index of all known suspects with an A-secretor blood group, and we nominated this the Z-men, and it was in this index we expected to find the shorter man, and it was just a matter of weeding him out from those.
Detective Chief Superintendent Vincent McFadden, head of Surrey's CID, now assumed a central role. If the two murders were linked together with the London rapes, then the separate inquiries had to be coordinated. Accordingly, Charlie Farquhar, hunting Alison Day's killer, John Hurst seeking Marchard Tamboza's killer, and Ken Worker looking for the London rapists, linked their computers to form one of the largest police inquiries in British criminal history.
All the senior investigating officers were sure that we were looking for a person with a history of sexual offences. In other words, he had a criminal record. That led us to send teams of detectives to trace and interview these sex offenders. And what we would be looking for, of course, would be som yarn, nylon cord, matches, and of course we would require, if we didn't know their blood group, both blood and saliva. In addition, we would closely check their alibis for the relevant dates of these offences.
The 17th of April and the 29th of December? Yes. I can't remember. Do you know your blood group? Well, I think it's O. Well, last time I went to the doctor, he said it was O. Would you mind coming down to the police station and to give us a specimen of your blood?
From the Surrey Constabulary. This is my colleague, Detective Sergeant Buchanan. We're making inquiries in relation to an offence of murder that occurred on the 17th of April 1986, and I believe you can assist me with these...
What am I supposed to have done wrong?
Mr. Taylor, is this the only ball of string in the house?
It's the only one you found, it must be.
I'll continue looking if you don't mind.
We're making inquiries into an offence of murder that happened on the 17th of April 1986.
17th of April?
That's
nothing
correct,
to do
sir.
with me.
Well, I have reason to believe that you may be able to assist us with our inquiries.
No.
What if we could come in and have a...
No, you can't come in, you've got a warrant.
I haven't got a warrant, so I don't need a warrant to come in and talk to you.
Meanwhile, in London, detectives in the rape inquiry, Operation Heart, routinely interviewed one of their Z-men suspects. His name was John Duffy.
I'd like you to cast your mind back to Thursday, April the 17th of this year. Can you tell me where you were and who you were with on that day?
I can't think that far back. What Thursday of the month would that be?
That would have been the 3rd Thursday.
No idea.
It's the 17th of April, especially. There were a number of reasons why Andy and I didn't like Duffy. He came in with a solicitor, and he was the first person to refuse body samples, which was a bit unusual. Also, he looked remarkably like one of the photo fits we had, especially the profile one. And also, he was very glib in his answers, and trying to be much too helpful. Have you ever been to the Guildford area?
Where's the Guildford area?
It's in Surrey.
Nah.
So we decided then to take a closer look at him. There were a lot of things against him, really, because he was ginger-haired, whereas our man that we were looking for, we thought from our witnesses, was a fair-haired man. Also, he'd got no previous convictions for indecency other than a serious assault on his wife, of which he was on bail for at that stage. But on the other side of it, I respected Cody and Kelly's feelings about it.
We then heard from Hampstead Police Station that about 3 or 4 hours after we had interviewed him, he'd gone in there complaining that he'd been assaulted and mugged in the street and had lost his memory. We subsequently found out that he had been admitted to Fry and Barnet Mental Hospital, still suffering from amnesia.
So we went down to the hospital to see what the situation was, and we were unable to satisfy ourselves that he was suffering from amnesia or indeed that he wasn't suffering from amnesia, and it wasn't practical to interview him under those circumstances. Duffy at this stage of the investigation was a good suspect, but there were other suspects in the inquiry which we thought at that stage could be better.
Police believe that Anne Locke, whose body was found yesterday, may have been killed by the man responsible for 2 other murders and a number of rapes.
It was 10 weeks since she'd disappeared, and her killing bore many of the now familiar hallmarks.
When Anne Locke's body was found, it was decided that this was our man. He had struck again. What little evidence pointed strongly to this fact. This meant that the incident room that I was running had to take over the Hertfordshire police investigation, and we had to reinvestigate the whole matter from scratch. We had an awful lot of information come into the inquiry office, and a lot of it was anonymous, but all inquiries had to be followed up. And of course we had some people wanting to confess to the murders. In point of fact, we had one chap ring up and said that his son had confessed to him that he had, in point of fact, thrown Anne Locke off of the train. Well, we knew at that stage, really, that that didn't occur, because from the position of her body, there was no way that she was thrown off of the train. But, of course, like all of these inquiries, we had to follow it up. This meant myself travelling down to the West Country and interviewing the man down there. And it would appear, basically, that the father really wanted to get the son out of his house, and the story about the confession was just not true.
We were always concerned that this man would strike again, so we decided to take the attack to him. We mounted a surveillance operation each weekend at unmanned railway stations by bussing hundreds of police officers like the British Transport Police to these southeast regional stations where we felt passengers were at risk.
Steve to Chris, the train's now arriving.
Yeah, received. Anybody getting off?
Yeah, there are 4 people getting off.
Yeah, received.
And everything was going fine until one Sunday, a Sunday newspaper decided to reveal the surveillance operation. Now that was a shame, because you never ever know with an operation of this magnitude when it's going to pay off. It can pay off at any moment, any day. And there we are, we've had this exposed by a newspaper, and we have wasted a lot of the public's money.
Meanwhile, at Guildford, Surrey police turned to a psychologist who'd already offered suggestions to Operation Heart. By piecing together circumstantial evidence in a scientific way, two detectives and Professor David Cantor began to build a profile of the wanted man.
There was a lot. People do change, but the changes that happen to them often are part of things going on in their lives.
Professor Cantor turned out to produce some remarkable insights.
See, from studies that we'd done of other incidents like fires, we knew you can build up a picture of a person and get some understanding of them without actually meeting them. And we felt that probably was material the police had that a psychologist could do something with. But this was the first time we'd ever done anything like this, and we really didn't know what the police had available to them. And I'm sure they didn't really have any clear understanding of what we might make available to them. So it was a learning experience for both of us. We had information about the sequences of the attacks and the patterning over time. And what we did was to systematise that and to try and produce neat tables that would throw up any patterns that were in there. And when we looked at it more closely, it did seem one might be able to identify some sort of centre of gravity to these crimes that would indicate an area in which he might live. And it turned out to be quite accurate, that he did indeed live in an area really not very far from Finchley Road.
In fact, Professor Cantor gave police a list of 17 predictions about the killer. Among them, not just an idea of where he lived, but his physical description, his friends, and the nature of his work.
By looking at the evolution, we began to get a feeling of a person who had the characteristics of rapists who are attacking because of the nature of their relationships with women that already exist. And this suggested that perhaps he'd had some sort of permanent relationship. But because of the nature of the attacks and many of the details of the way these were carried out, we had the feeling that this was really going to be a very turbulent relationship and unlikely to have been the sort of relationship in which he actually would have had any children.
2 months later, a police dispatch rider brought confidential records analysing previous crimes that might be linked. It was a regular routine, but this time one crime caught John Hurst's eye.
This particular crime, which was a rape at the Copt Hall in North London in 1985, was in so many cases similar to the evidence that was before me in relation to Tamboza, that I really felt that if we could find the person who committed that particular rape, we would seriously want to talk to him about the murder of Marty Tamboza.
Still in London, a violent rape in broad daylight.
In fact, it was a case that had featured in an earlier Crimewatch UK.
It happened at the back of the Copthall Sports Centre swimming pool in Mill Hill on Wednesday the 20th of November. A witness remembers a young man with a dog hanging round the footpath that leads to Pursley Road. You may recognise him. He's only 5'3" tall, about 25 years old, with light ginger hair and pockmarked skin.
If this was the killer, there was at last a good description. A team from the Surrey Inquiry moved up to London.
What we're going to do is then concentrate on the 3 miles, and we'll be looking at vets, local intelligence officers and dog walking areas where a man of this description can be found. There's a suggestion it could be a jockey, so we need to look at riding establishments as well. The other important thing is I don't want to waste any time in coming backwards and forwards to Surrey each day. I want you to start up in London because I'm convinced that the answer lies up there somewhere.
This is an artist's impression of the man who we're looking for. He had with him a dog called Bruce. If you can have a look through your records and see if you've got anything with that name and that description. So a dog like that, please.
Yeah, I don't recognise the dog at all, but I can have a look for you.
Thank you.
No, the only dog called Bruce we've got is an Alsatian. Doesn't look anything like that, I'm afraid.
We're looking for a small man. Have you seen anybody like that round here looking for work?
No, no one like that.
OK, thanks very much.
Thanks very much.
Welcome. Cheers.
Right, OK, thanks a lot, cheers.
One of my DCs went to the local intelligence office at West Hendon Police Station, where he obtained a description of a man who fitted the description of the person responsible for the Copthall rape. His name was John Duffy, and he was in their records because of an assault on his wife. And because of his description, I felt he was the best suspect we'd had at this stage.
Can you just check a couple of dates against his sickness register?
Sure.
The 19th of August, 85.
It's an annual leave day.
When you get a suspect with a description that fits, the first priority is to gather as much background information on them as possible to see if they can be easily eliminated. So I got my research team to check out his work record, get details of his blood and find out where he was.
In fact, he was still a patient at Fry and Barnet Psychiatric Hospital. But what they didn't know was that he was free to come and go.
I was sure that it was the same man who'd struck again. And of course, the description of the attacker was the same as the man Duffy, who we were looking at for the Copthall.
Okay. Well, as you know, he fits the description. He's on bail for a serious assault on his ex-wife. We know he's got an interest in martial arts, and he's also been seen by officers from Operation Heart, and in fact he's one of their Z-men.
What about his blood? I mean, you were looking at his blood.
Well, you know that he's an ace secretor. Well, we've checked the PGM and it's right for the Copthall attack and Marty Tamboza and a possible for the girl at Watford.
Are we certain about the blood?
Positive, yeah. Personally checked with the laboratory. And incidentally, he lives within the area predicted by Professor Cantor in the profile.
Clearly, we would only get one chance, and one chance only, to do the job properly and interview him at some length. Otherwise, the thing would fail. And I did not want to just go and arrest him as a suspect without having a look at his mode of living. And with that, I decided to have a 12-man surveillance team look at him for the next two or 3 weeks.
Stand by. Target out of the premises, is in Barlow Road, towards you, 8-4.
I'm inside the main hospital. The eyeball on the target is towards the main entrance on foot.
We knew that, of course, he'd been a patient in Fry and Barnet Hospital, and when we actually started work on him, he was an outpatient attending there, I think, 2 or 3 days a week or more. But that didn't prevent him from doing really what he wanted.
62 TK main gate. Got the eyeball, run the eyeball.
The train is at the platform. The target is now onto the train. Footmen are onto the train, which is off, southbound.
Each day I would hear from the surveillance team as to what occurred, whether anything suspicious or unusual had happened. And after about 2 weeks, it became clear that Duffy had probably realised he was under surveillance. That prompted us to see whether or not
any crime had been committed, because I was very, very worried. What was very interesting, the following morning when the surveillance team picked him up, he had shaved off his moustache. That then really did worry me, because I then began to realise that he could go out and commit another crime, and we had him under surveillance. So I decided that we must arrest him.
You John Duffy? Yeah, police officers from Surrey, being arrested for murder. Take a seat down there, John.
A man is being questioned by police in Surrey tonight about the murder of Anne Locke, the 29-year-old television secretary who disappeared last May and whose body was found 2 months later beside a railway line. It's understood that the man, who hasn't been named, is also being questioned about 2 other murders.
Right, Mr. Duffy, fingerprints and photograph, please.
Once Duffy had been arrested, it was a race against time, because we had to obtain as much hard evidence against him as we could, bearing in mind we only have 36 hours in which to establish hard evidence before going before a magistrate as to whether he should be further detained.
Found that locked in the bedroom.
All right.
We hold at the ends, about there. Look into the lens.
What's that, John? I don't know what it's used for. I found it in the street, and I thought it might make a nice little novel pocket knife, you know? Use it for odds and ends and that.
All right. Now have a look at that. What's inside it?
Bit of blue paper.
And what's the purpose of that?
Well, I couldn't say at the moment. I don't know how long I've had them.
In many of the rapes, and in the murder of Martia Tamboza, partially burnt tissues and Swan Vesta matches were found at the scene, which were the offender's attempt to destroy forensic evidence.
John Duffy had been forensically examined by a doctor following the serious assault on his wife, and he clearly knew what the police would be looking for in respect of any forensic evidence.
But of course there was no chance of ever really destroying the evidence, and then with respect to his ex-wife, the evidence grew.
I was working at a laundrette with this woman and this girl, and I used to come home and there'd be like loads of videos on the floor. It was always violent and blood videos and never anything nice, you know.
Were they martial art type videos?
Yeah, they were always violent and always blood, and I just didn't want to watch anything like that. I didn't want to watch it. At that time, I wasn't really interested in sex, just didn't want him to touch me. And then he'd suddenly get his dressing gown robe and he'd tie my hands up, like with one hand and really quickly, and he forced me to have sex with him. And the more I resisted, the more he seemed to enjoy it. And if I just let him do it, he just seemed to lose interest altogether. And one day he just suddenly said that he'd raped a girl. I mean, I didn't believe him. I mean, you wouldn't, would you? And he said that it was my fault because I was so cold. And then he got this personal stereo and he said that it belonged to her and that she'd enjoyed doing it. And I just didn't believe him.
What would you say, John, if your wife was to give evidence to say that one day you came home and said to her, "I've raped a woman tonight and it's all your fault"?
I've no further comments.
This is your wife. Not me, your wife. She's going to say that you came home one day and said, I've raped a woman and it's all your fault.
If it was a searching question, then he would become very intense and stare at you. And you really have to, with him, make your mind up that this man is not going to intimidate me. And my immediate thoughts were, well, I must feel very, very sorry for those victims of his crimes, because many of them have described the way that he looked at them and stared at them, and it's very, very off-putting, I should think, for a young lady to be confronted by him.
Well, at first, I was 100% sure that I didn't want to go through with it. But this wasn't going to beat me.
You have been asked here today to see if you can pick out the person whom you saw on Wednesday the 20th of November 1985 and who assaulted you.
And as I walked into the room, I saw him, and to me everybody else was a blur. His face was the only face I could see in that room.
Do you understand?
Yes. It's number 4.
Thank you very much.
Afterwards, I had no doubts at all that he was my attacker. But I felt relieved, and everybody told me how brave I'd been. I think I knew then that I'd done the right thing in reporting it, just so that, you know, it would never happen to anybody else.
Is the person here?
Yes, it's number 4.
Yes, I think it's number 4.
Mr. Duffy, are you happy with your position, or would you like to change positions? Is the person here?
No.
It's number 5.
Would you say that louder, please?
It's number 5.
Thank you very much.
We'd had something like 27 victims which we thought Mr. Duffy had committed offences against. So we tried to get as many of those there that we could. But there were some that were too frightened to come. Others just refused to come. And there were a lot of them abroad as well, because we'd had au pair girls over here that had been assaulted by him. So we had the ID parades, and 5 girls did pick him out.
When we went to Duffy's parents' house, which was extremely difficult for them, although they were 100% friendly and cooperative, when we searched the house, it was there that we found the crucial evidence in the Tamboza case.
Peter?
That somyarn is very unusual indeed, found in your mother's house, that you use regularly. The same somyarn, and surprise, surprise, the laboratory say at 12:30 today, it's the same string that was used in the murder of Marty Tamboza. No ifs, no buts, could be's, possibles, the same. What have you got to say about it?
I'm saying I have no memory.
You're not saying you did murder her? You're not saying you didn't?
That's right.
At no stage did he ever deny being responsible for the offences. He certainly gave no impression that he was disputing anything at all. He just didn't say he did them, didn't say he didn't do them.
The evidence for the Tamboza murder seemed overwhelming, as it was for 5 of the London rapes. But the other 2 murder cases were more difficult to prove.
In the Anne Locke case, there was no forensic evidence. We were relying on the evidence of the other 2 murders to convict John Duffy of Anne Locke's murder. But although we charged him, because we felt it was in the public interest, we often felt that we would lose that part of the case against John Duffy.
In the Alison Day case, the only hard evidence they could hope for would have to come from the forensic laboratory.
We had about 70 items of clothing from Duffy, over half of which were made of fabrics which were not suitable for shedding fibres. But we were able to take about 30 samples and compare the fibres with those that we had from Alison Day's clothing. That's about 2,000 individual fibres.
It's a long and tedious task for the scientist to find comparisons with fibre evidence, and often with no good result. But I realised that the evidence in the Alison Day case was weak, and I thought, we'll ask for the fibre evidence to give us strength to the case if it does turn up. And I thank my lucky stars that I did, because just a few weeks before the trial, the results came through, and we found that we had 13 separate identifications of fibres found in Alison Day from clothing of Duffy. Those fibres were the single most significant piece of evidence in the Alison Day inquiry. In fact, it was virtually a fingerprint.
We were accumulating daily strong evidence against Duffy, and I had no doubt in my mind that he was guilty of these offences. Nevertheless, one of the things that really bugged me was the question of his loss of memory or amnesia. Then came a great breakthrough from the Romford incident room. An associate of Duffy's came forward and told us a story that completely destroyed Duffy's amnesia claim.
John told me he'd witnessed something really bad and that 2 mercenaries were trying to frame him with the police. He said we had to fake that he'd been beaten up and lost his memory. He even wanted me to slash him with a razor. He kept on and on at me to help him. And he was so insistent, he scared me. John was such a good friend and meant so much to me. In the end, I felt I had to help him. As we separated, John said he was trusting me not to tell anyone. Later, John told me I could get done for aiding and abetting, which could result in life imprisonment for both of us if I told anyone and we got found out.
Well, there must be something you want to say about it, John.
During our reconstruction, you'll hear the actual voice of a man police are desperately trying to trace. We begin at a shopping precinct in Tunbridge Wells, where Nicola had been working part-time.
Oh, that's nice. Is it for someone special?
Well, for my boyfriend.
Would you like some ribbon?
Yes, please.
Nikki was a shy, private, quiet, dainty little girl, really.
I hope he likes it.
I'm sure he will. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Harry was just the opposite. He was considerably older than her. A very likeable character, though. Larger than life, but he seemed to come from a different way of life than that we were used to.
He brought Nikki out of her shell, and she seemed to really enjoy life, being with him.
Right you are then. OK, you're a gentleman. Just leave it to me. No problem. Cheers, mate.
Harry was always very protective towards Nikki. There was always a house full of flowers.
They met in June and the wedding was in August. The whole thing we thought was rather quick, but it was like a roller coaster. Once it started, there was no way of stopping it. But again, they were very happy. We grew to like him very much. He used to come here to Sunday lunch most weekends. He seemed to be looking for a sort of a family unit, and he certainly became a very popular member of the family.
Hello? OK, mate. But leave it to me.
Harry Fuller bought and sold cars. Most of his business was done on the phone.
I don't know, but if you leave it to me, I'll try and get it down a bit. No problem at all. OK, cheers.
Although he didn't read or write well, he had an eye for a good deal. A lot of his transactions were done in cash, and he often carried large amounts of money around.
Lot number 201 coming in, the Vauxhall Cavalier, the 1600L, January of 1989.
The day before he died, Harry spent the early part of the afternoon with a friend.
I've known Harry for about 13 years. I asked him to get me a vehicle because, having bought me one before, I knew he'd get me something reasonable. And I spent a couple of hours on that day with him at the auctions.
At £2,400 is selling for the first, at £2,400 selling for the second, third and final time, £2,400 K, your car sir.
Harry was always buying cars and looking for somewhere to store them. When he got the house at Wadhurst, it was like him winning the pools because he got a free car park there for all the cars he wanted to park.
It was last October that Harry and Nicola had moved to Sussex and rented Blackman's cottage in Wadhurst. It's Tuesday evening. Nicola was going out to a reunion with some friends at a restaurant in Tunbridge Wells.
Okay. I better go and get ready.
Oh, your friend phoned earlier on, but she's going to ring you back later.
A few days earlier, Harry started recording his phone calls. No one knows why. This is the only caller police haven't been able to identify.
How are you doing? Very well indeed. It couldn't be better. I popped over last night to see you. What time? About 7. I was up the gym, up at the golf club at Tysus. There were some lights on, but I knocked. Right. See you in the morning, my darling. Hey, matey. 8 o'clock. Bye. Ciao for now.
Harry was a late riser, and to agree to an early morning meeting was very unlike him.
Oh, it's Harry. He's on time.
Harry had arranged to meet Nicola at the restaurant at about 11 o'clock to bring her home.
Thursday. You're going Thursday. Yeah, to Lanzarote.
Nikki was one of my closest friends. We'd known each other for a number of years. We used to go out together.
Yeah, I hope so. It'd be a nice break, you know. Hello, Harry.
Hello. Nikki and Harry seemed very happy together. They were going on holiday to Lanzarote the following week. She was really excited about going to get suntan before the summer.
Early the next morning, a postman was startled by a car pulling out from behind the Fuller's cottage.
It's normally very quiet in the morning. A dirty blue Ford Escort pulled out in front of me, which caught me by surprise. The passenger seemed 35 to 40, tall and well built, and the vehicle travelled towards Tunbridge Wells.
Half an hour later, at about 7 o'clock, a witness saw two men get out of a cream-coloured Sierra and walk up the path to the cottage. The witness who saw these men gave the information anonymously. Police need him to contact them again.
Hello, old son.
Nobody saw the two men leave, but we know that Harry went out of the cottage about an hour and a half later, leaving the door ajar.
Good morning, can I help you?
20 Embassy number 1, please.
Thank you. 226, thank you. That's £10, thank you very much.
Thanks, cheers.
Bye-bye.
Nicky had gone to a reunion on Tuesday night, and I hadn't spoken or seen her since Sunday, so I decided to ring her at 8:45, and I rang and the line was engaged, and I continued to ring every 5 minutes until 9:15.
Nicola and Harry Fuller had been shot dead just 10 minutes after Harry's visit to the tobacconist.
You know, she just seems to have found happiness and then suddenly it's snatched away from her, which it seems dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. Anyone could do that to her. I feel that this part of me has gone, and there is this big hole that's never going to be filled. And I do miss her so.
Well, of course, it's going to be absolutely crucial, isn't it, Superintendent Hill, to discover who that unidentified caller is. We can listen to that call again. Our engineers have taken Harry's voice out of the tape you're about to hear, so that the only voice on the tape is the caller's voice. Do you know who this is?
How are you doing? First thing. Too early for you? About 8. I popped over last night to see you. There were some lights on. He's gone away. He's left them with his missus. So we'll zip down there. Won't be long. About, 10, 15 minutes. They're down the other side of Roberts Bridge.
So that's just the caller's side of the conversation. And that meeting was arranged very close to the time that Nicola and Harry were killed. So until this man comes forward, he's got to be your prime suspect.
It's absolutely crucial we find this man. So far we haven't found him and he hasn't come forward. There may be some reason for that, but we really need to find him, and I would ask anybody who's listening tonight who either recognises his voice or who thinks they recognise his voice to please make contact with us. Alternatively, if the man concerned is listening and he himself wants to contact us for us to eliminate him, then please contact us.
Do you think he might be called Steve, or...?
Well, there's an indication that he might be called Steve. However, I would want anybody who might recognise the voice, irrespective of whether the person is called Steve or not, to contact us.
Now, you want the witness who saw the men in the cream Sierra to come forward again, but you have another witness who saw another car and a man early that morning.
That's correct. Just after 8 o'clock that morning, in the car park at the rear of Blackman's cottage, a lady saw a long black bonneted vehicle, something like a Jaguar, pull up, and a man get out of the vehicle, and he was fairly distinctive in that he was wearing a very long black coat, almost to the ground. We would like anybody else who saw that man, or indeed saw the vehicle, to make contact with us.
And if you know who that voice was on the phone call, if you can shed any light at all on this case, please do call us. There's a substantial reward for information leading to arrest and charge. The number here in the studio is 08181818181. Our lines here are very busy, as they were last month, so do take a special note of the incident room number at Sussex Police Headquarters, and that's 0273 480 99.
A dramatic reconstruction of a real police investigation into a brutal murder now on BBC One. Another case from the Crimewatch file.
to Mr. and Mrs. Johnson at Blackman's cottage in Woodhurst.
Roger, what have we got?
Can't get in contact with their daughter at the cottage. She didn't turn up for work today.
Roger, will do.
Look, you're going to have to break down the door.
Are you sure you want me to break down the door? It's going to have to be the front door.
Yes, I'm concerned for her welfare. My son-in-law keeps a lot of cash.
Well, there are cars here. I can't understand.
You see, she didn't turn up for work today. Look, I'll take full responsibility. Just break down the door.
OK, Rob, do it.
And I just remember standing there and just this quietness. Complete and utter quietness. All, you know, they were talking, but they just didn't seem to hear that. It was just absolute dead quiet. And that's when I knew there was something really wrong. And I knew then that she probably was dead.
Sir, I think I have some bad news for you. I believe your daughter may be dead.
And I think it was the dread we'd all had in the back of our minds ever since that we'd arrived at the cottage. There was something really desperately wrong.
And then I remember just being hustled out of the house and walking down to the police station about 50 yards down the road. And then just sitting there, and then, which seemed to be ages, and just sitting and waiting. And then they came in and said something about guns and being shot. And then after that, everything seemed as if we were as if it was some sort of film, and we were just watching, but somehow or other we were involved in it.
Police have started a murder inquiry into the deaths of a couple at Wadhurst in East Sussex. The bodies of a local businessman, Harry Fuller, and his wife Nicola were found last night when police broke into their home. Both are thought to have died of gunshot wounds.
The police say Nicola and Harry Fuller were shot between 8 and 9 o'clock on Wednesday morning, a time when the street outside their cottage was particularly busy. About 10 hours later, the police found...
I think that was the hardest bit. You know, you go down and see your mum. It's not so bad if it was a road accident. But when somebody's been shot in the back, it's very, very hard.
We found the body of Harry Fuller downstairs in a utility room and Nicola Fuller upstairs in the main bedroom. Harry Fuller had been pulled into the utility room and white powder of some sort sprinkled over his body with a little sachet, which it appears to have come from, laid down beside the body. That was certainly, I think, intended to give the impression that this murder, or these murders, could have been drug-related. We caused that to be examined and very quickly found out that it was in fact sucrose, which is a sugar compound, and despite an enormous number of inquiries looking into the suggestion that this could be drug-related, we were quite happy at the end of the day that this was not a drug-related murder.
Just outside that utility room we found a cartridge case, a fired case which looked as though it had been fired in a .32 self-loading pistol. Initially we found that Nicola Fuller had been shot 4 times, 3 times probably while she was carrying down on the landing the first floor, and subsequently a further shot after she'd stumbled into the bedroom.
Emergency, which service? Do you require...
We quickly discovered that a 999 call had been made from the house on the morning that the murders occurred, and we were able to time that as being at 8:43 in the morning.
This call was recorded at the 999 centre, where the line was left open for a total of 6 minutes. Thinking it was a child playing on the line, the operator said, "Is Mummy there?" Shortly afterwards, Nicola was shot a 4th and final time.
We could hear in the first 17 seconds Nicola screaming and what sounded like a muffled retort. And from that point we could hear footsteps, drawers and single movements from the telephone.
It took a lot, must have taken her a lot to get from where she was to the phone. a lot of effort to get there and then not have it, you know, on our phone, the call put through.
I think the nightmares that you have are of the fact that somebody desperately needs help. I know that she crawled a long way, she got to a phone, she managed to dial 999 and nobody came. And that keeps you awake at 3 o'clock in the morning, night after night.
After the post-mortem and the detailed scene examination, we had a little bit more to go on. There were 5 bullets recovered and 1 cartridge case which was taken from the folds of Nicola Fuller's dressing gown. Now, the cartridge case was made by Hertenberger, which is a fairly unusual make. It had been fired in a Walther self-loading pistol. This shows the rifling marks on the nose of a .32 caliber bullet, which would be designed to weaken the nose to make it open up on impact.
Detectives say they're now building up a picture of events at the Fullers' Wadhurst cottage on the day the couple were killed. A neighbour has now said that she did hear shots at about 9 o'clock on Wednesday morning, although at the time she didn't realise that's what they were. Police believe it's likely that Mr. Fuller knew his killers, or killer, as neighbours say he wouldn't let anyone in he didn't know. And they think the gunman probably left by the back door of the house after shooting the couple. Police say they're convinced that he was seen by passers-by.
Excuse me, I'm the manager of Lloyd's Bank, and I think our security video might be of some use to you.
What does the video show, sir?
Well, it looks across the street, so from the front of the bank to the sweet shop on the other side.
I knew the man particularly as a customer who came in here occasionally to buy cigarettes in the mornings. In a village like this, you tend to notice people. In fact, that Wednesday morning, he was here at about 8:30 when the school kids were here.
The videotape that was handed in by Lloyd's Bank was clearly very significant because it, from the shot from the camera, it overlooked the main high street, which is in fact a main road through from East Sussex into Tunbridge Wells. At the time that the murders were occurring, it was extremely busy and there were literally hundreds of cars in stream going in each direction. But it did mean that we had on tape at least the movement of vehicles, and subsequently we actually found the picture of Harry Fuller going into the newsagents, which was directly across the road from Lloyd's Bank.
That's him, that's the man from the cottage. I recognise him from the length of his hair.
And that's at 8:34 that morning?
That's right, that's the man I sold the cigarettes to.
Today, Nicola's parents faced the press in the hope that their voice would encourage people to speak up.
On Wednesday of last week, our beloved daughter was brutally murdered, together with her husband, Harry. Whoever killed Harry, Nicola was an innocent witness. I think we blamed Harry for what had happened because he'd put Nicky in a dangerous position. But that time we hadn't got anyone else to blame. We'd got to vent our anger out on somebody.
I was surprised when she wanted to marry Harry, but I didn't feel that she'd known him long enough. I tried to persuade her, perhaps to leave it a few more months, perhaps. But she was adamant, and I couldn't persuade her one way or the other. She just wanted and made up her mind, and that was it.
Nicky was very quiet and shy and a very reserved person. It took a very long time to get to know Nicky, but if you were her friend, you were her friend for life. Harry was very charismatic, and he treated her very well. He treated her like a lady. He always opened doors for her. There were always fresh flowers in the house. He was always buying her silly little presents that he would bring home when they hadn't been out working together. And he was lovely to her.
He had the gift of the gab, Harry did. And Harry wasn't a villain. He was just clever at his job. He had expensive cars, Rolls Royces, Range Rovers, all the top cars. Harry could earn good money. And he enjoyed money, he enjoyed life.
Harry Fuller was a very colourful character. He's referred to by people as a con man. He was, in some people's minds, unable to tell the truth. Here's a tape with a threatening phone call on it, the one the scenes the crime officer found.
You've heard it?
Yes, sir, it was on the answer phone. It sounds like that guy Colin really means the business with Harry.
Hello, this is Wadhurst 784501. I'm sorry I can't take your call at the moment, but if you'd like to leave your name and number, we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Hello, Harry, it's Colin. I'm going to come over tomorrow morning. We're going to have a serious talk about what you did to me tonight, because I'm pretty pissed off with you, and you're going to pay for it. See you later.
Colin turned out to be an ex-business partner of Harry Fuller's. They'd been involved jointly in buying and selling motor cars. We quickly traced him, and we were able to determine that that call on the answer phone had in fact been made before Christmas the previous year and related to an incident when Harry and Colin had a falling out in Tunbridge Wells. The lifestyle that Harry Fuller led meant that we had enormous a number of lines of inquiry to follow through. He told many, many lies to many, many people, and most of those people related those stories to us. We were absolutely weighed down with a wealth of information, some of which we subsequently found out was not true, much of which we found out was an exaggeration if it had come from Harry's lips. So, for example, if he had told somebody that he had £40,000 in his pocket, the probability is he had £4,000 in his pocket.
Oh, good enough there, mate. Oh, there's plenty more where this came from. I got 350,000 in the attic back home.
Only a few days before the murder, Harry had come into possession of £13,000 in cash, in the majority of which was £20 notes.
£1,000 for you to start the business.
Oh, thanks, love. So what I'll do is, I'll get it going, using this as capital. We buy in the cars, we sell them on, split the profits. Yeah? God bless you.
And we were quite sure that some of that money should have been in the house at the times of the murders, and we never found it. Fairly early in the inquiry, we heard about Harry Fuller having come into possession of a rung motor car, for want of a better word, stolen motor car.
How have you done? Any joy?
There's word about. Apparently, Harry was involved in a ring car. Got quite messy, I understand.
Messy? What sort of a dispute was it?
Well, a BMW was sold to Harry, but the engine and number plates were changed. Apparently, he shot them to the local police. The word is, it could have been a grudge killing.
So, do we know who sold him the car?
We've got some names, but we need to...
It led us on to a particular inquiry, which eventually went nowhere, but it was an example, and that was one of many, many similar inquiries of the red herrings, if you like, for want of a better word, that were being thrown up because of the lifestyle that Harry Fuller followed.
Cash in 20s. And we'll contact you at a later date. Hello, incident room. What did you say your name was?
Steve Young. I'm an associate of Harry Fuller. Do you want me to come down and make a statement?
And what did you do?
I arranged insurance for him.
I see. Well, it won't be necessary for you to come down. Someone will be in touch with you.
Today, flowers on the doorstep are among the few reminders of the deaths of Harry and Nicola Fuller. They were killed by a small-caliber handgun. Despite an intensive investigation, detectives still have no idea who pulled the trigger. They believe the answer could lie in the sometimes dubious business dealings of Mr. Fuller.
10 days into the investigation, and police were still searching inch by inch through the cottage. This thoroughness was rewarded when they found a machine used to record telephone calls.
We recovered the G-mark tape, and we were quickly able to establish that the calls made on it had been made during the previous 2 days, and the majority of them the previous evening. Quite why Harry Fuller had done that, to this day we don't really know, but for some reason he had decided to record a selected number of phone calls coming in on that day. And of all those phone calls, we were able to eliminate out every call except for one, which was from the man who gave his name as Steve.
All right. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Where at?
He's gone away. He's left them with his missus.
Where are they?
So, down the other side of Roberts Bridge.
Well, can you come over to me? You're a gentleman.
So, we'll zip down there. It won't be long, about, what, 10, 15 minutes?
Right. You're a gentleman. Don't let me down.
How are you doing?
Very well indeed. It couldn't be better, Steve.
I popped over last night.
We decided to play the tape to the two families because we wanted to identify the person, Steve, and we hoped that either a close relative or an associate of Harry Fuller's, or indeed Nicola Fuller, would recognise the voice.
And I expected something that sounded very sinister or very strange or very odd, but it was just a very normal telephone conversation arranging to meet Harry in the morning. And it was only after a couple of days when it actually started to realise the implications of that was who was going to be at the cottage at 8 o'clock on the Wednesday morning.
Will you run through all the Steves for me, please, Bob? Fine.
We had by then, I think it was 85 persons of the name Steve that had already come into the system. Some who were close associates of Harry Fuller, some who were not, some who had come in some other context. And as each day went by, it's a fairly common name, and as each day went by, that number increased dramatically.
There's 2 police officers here to see you.
Oh, can I help?
I'm DC Fulcher. This is DC Bye. Hello. Just a few questions about Harry Fuller. You knew him?
I did some insurance for him.
How long have you known him?
I met Harry, let me think now, about 1981, then we lost touch. Then about May, June last year, I ran into him in a pub near here.
Was he a friend of yours?
The only dealings I had with him were insurance. No, I couldn't call myself a friend of his, no.
When was the last time you spoke to Harry?
I think it was the Thursday or Friday, the week before he died. He called me about his insurance cover note. It was about to expire.
Were you anywhere near the murder scene on the morning of the 10th?
No.
It's just routine. Where were you on that morning?
Here, working. I'm sure my secretary will vouch for that.
How's the business?
Well, it has its ups and downs. It's solvent. It's doing well.
Is there anything else at all you can add to help the inquiry?
No.
How many Stevens have we talked to so far?
About 12 to 18. So the fax has just arrived from BT confirming the change of phone number at Blackness Cottage.
Harry Fuller had actually changed his telephone number, I think, on 3 occasions. The last time being the previous week to the murders. And this meant that only a limited number of people were aware of his most up-to-date phone number.
How are you doing? Very well indeed. It couldn't be better, Steve. I popped over last night to see you. How are you doing? Very well indeed. It couldn't be better, Steve. I popped over last night to see you. What time? How are you doing?
The police asked us to look at the Harry Steve call and isolate Steve's voice with a view to playing it for information. We actually isolated Steve's voice and enhanced it without altering the voice information. It should be remembered that his voice was excitable, or sounded excitable, and but people's voices do sound different over the telephone due to the telephone system and the answer phone recording system. And so it wouldn't have been easy, unless you knew him very well, to recognise that voice.
I popped over last night to see you. I popped over last night to see you.
Initially, I decided to hold the tape back in the early days, hoping that we could trace the person concerned and get to him without giving him prior knowledge of the fact that we had that tape. That didn't come about in the short term, and so I made the decision that I would seek the widest publicity for that tape that I could get, and for that reason went to Crimewatch.
The day of Crimewatch couldn't go fast enough. We pinned so many hopes on the programme because we thought that the police had come to a dead halt, and this was the only way that they would get a breakthrough.
All day I was watching the clock, waiting for the time to come that it was going to be shown. We just paced up and down. We were thinking, OK, today's the day. They're going to find someone today. Somebody's going to know something. Somebody's going to have heard something.
It was fairly obvious that anyone who recognised the voice on the tape, that person was obviously a prime suspect. And of course we were so hoping that somebody would identify the voice.
Is the callous murder of Nicola and Harry Fuller at their cottage in the village of Wadhurst in Sussex.
The couple had only been married 6 months, and their families are finding it painfully hard to come to terms with the tragedy. During our reconstruction, you'll hear the actual voice of a man police are desperately trying to trace.
How are you doing? Very well indeed. It couldn't be better. I popped over last night to see you. What time?
That's Stephen.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm going to ring him.
Yep.
Hi, Steve. Are you watching Crimewatch? We'll put the TV on then. They're doing a reconstruction of the Wadhurst murders. They've just played a tape. The voice sounds like you. Did you ring Harry Fuller the day before he died?
No.
Well, watch anyway. They may replay the same tape.
Okay.
Welcome back to what's been a truly remarkable evening. If the calls we've had fulfil their promise, a very strong result so far on photo call and names that seem to fit on 3 of our 4 reconstructions.
Making suggestions as to the identity of that caller. Obviously, my sister's through those at the moment.
But I would appeal to anybody who may be sitting there thinking, I know that voice, please to contact us. Obviously, we will follow all those calls up.
I'm convinced it's Stephen's voice.
I don't know. I'm not so sure.
Stephen, was it you on the message?
No, it wasn't me.
You want to get yourself eliminated. Your voice is distinctive. I don't want you involved.
Oh, okay. Bye now.
We've had quite a number of people coming forward telling us that they knew Harry.
It went by in a blur. It seemed to go so far, so quickly, and then all of a sudden it was over, and we waited for the phone to ring, and literally sat by the telephone and paced up and down, waiting for the police to phone us to say, yes, we found something, and it didn't come.
Could I take your details, please? Your name?
The voice is Steve Young. He lives in Pembury.
Police have never found out who made this anonymous phone call, but several viewers recognised Stephen Young's voice on Crimewatch.
Well, we had a large response, something like 160 or more calls of all sorts from the public. I was pleased to get those calls. Initially, a little disappointed that there was nothing that one could immediately recognise as being red hot, if you like. But we then had to go through the process of deciding how we were going to prioritise our follow-up inquiries in respect of those 160 calls.
I was in Wadhurst on the morning of the murder. In fact, I believe that the voice on the machine may be mine. Last year, Harry had said if I knew of any good cars, he would like first refusal. One of my clients, a Mr. T.C. Smith, in fact, had a Porsche he wanted to sell. I gave the details to Harry on a number of occasions, but as far as I was aware, he never made contact. Gradually, as the price came down, Harry seemed to get more interested and suggested that I arrange a meeting so that he could see the car. It was about 8:20 when I arrived. I went to the front door and knocked, but there was no reply.
Hello, can I help you?
I have some information about the murder of Harry Fuller. I've made a written statement addressed to 2 Sussex officers. It was my voice on the tape that they played at Crimewatch.
I'll have to refer the matter to the incident room at East Grinstead. Are you willing to wait? You can go if you wish.
No, it's okay, I'll wait.
Your friend might be a while.
Okay. See you later. Bye.
By this time in the inquiry, the man Steve was very significant. We knew that the man Steve was either our murderer or the man who was at the scene of the murders when they took place, and would therefore be a very vital witness. We had 2 anonymous calls giving us the name Stephen Young. In fact, we were on our way to interview him when we got the information from Tunbridge Wells that he was there, having given himself up for interview. I'd just ask you this. If the tape hadn't come to light, never played on Crimewatch, you'd never told us about it, would you?
Well, probably not, no.
No. Yet you're at the scene. You're the most vital witness possibly.
Yeah.
Now you come to light.
Yes.
After 9 weeks.
Yes.
Are you a graduate?
No.
No, but you're quite well educated, aren't you?
Went to Skinner's Grammar School, Tunbridge Wells.
A good school. I just find it curious. You're obviously a law-abiding person. That after 9 weeks, and only because of the pure chance of the tape coming to light, that you've come to see us.
Well, yeah.
Is there anything you want to say about that?
The thing was, I hadn't seen anything or heard anything which I thought would have been assistance.
You don't know what would have been assistance, though? The image we had of Stephen Young when we left to go and interview him was a man who had some prior knowledge of the criminal fraternity, a man who had come into contact with the police before and had been subject of some form of investigation. In fact, we found exactly the opposite. We found a man who had never been interviewed by the police for anything ever before.
I just wanted to sort of get it out of my mind and not get involved or be in any way involved with it.
What sort of car do you own, can I ask? What sort of car do you take round to Wadhurst with you that morning?
I think it was probably the Golf.
Can you be sure?
Yes, I think it was. I think it was probably the Golf, yes.
Saying I think isn't sure, is it?
It was the Golf.
What other cars have you got that you can use?
Well, at the time I had a blue Jetta, but it would have been the Golf I would have taken.
And what was the colour and registration number of it?
It was white, and the registration is C for Charlie, 61 Golf Kilo Echo.
Do you hold any firearms or any firearm certificates?
Yes, I do.
What firearm certificates do you hold?
A firearms and a shotgun certificate. I have one shotgun, one 4.5 pistol, one 9mm pistol, one 2.2 pistol, and a 38 revolver.
Are you a member of a gun club?
Yes.
Which gun club?
That's the 41st Kent Home Guard Rifle Club, and I'm also the treasurer as well.
We decided to arrest Stephen Young because during the course of the interview, he readily admitted that he had been at the scene of the murders when the murders took place. He was the holder of a firearms certificate and by his own admission had weapons at his disposal. And it was because of these points that we decided that there was enough there to arrest him for the murders of Harry and Nicola Fuller.
When they mentioned Stephen Young, it was strange, because I know the guy from the pub, and you think, oh, hold on a minute, he lives just down the road, and they got Stephen Young for murder. Twice, he's shot 2 people, cold-blooded.
When I heard the name Stephen Young, I couldn't put a face to the name at all. The name meant nothing to me, so I went and looked it up in the telephone directory and found out that it was a local man. But then I couldn't put a face to it, and it was so frustrating that I now had a name of someone and yet couldn't picture who he was.
When we questioned Stephen Young, it was a softly approach that we adopted for the simple reason that if we could keep Young talking to us, it would enable us to check what he was saying with facts that we were finding from the search teams who were out searching his home address and his office at the time we were doing the interviews. What were your finances like January, February this year?
Pretty grim.
Or were they...
tight, put it that way.
Were you financially viable, or were you starting to go down the pan?
No, I think we were in, we were probably trading insolvently, I would think.
The search teams were hoping as much that they were finding various pieces of evidence from all the locations, which were then fed to us at the end of each interview, which enabled us to go back into the next interview with a new topic until we had everything that we could possibly have out of Stephen Young. So who did you buy your ammunition from?
In the main David Lawson gun shops. Also, I reload.
What does that mean?
Well, basically it means that instead of paying £6.50 or £7 for 50 rounds, you collect the empty cases, you decap them, you clean them up, you reprime them, and then you reload them. And basically, by keeping the case, you're cutting down on the cost of each round.
So you buy the gunpowder or something, do you?
Yeah, you buy the gunpowder, you buy the primers,
You buy the various bullet heads.
Do you have the facilities to do this at home?
Yeah, I've got a small press, yeah.
The reloading equipment that Stephen Young had was very basic, and from the markings present on the bullets and the cases, his reloading technique was very poor. The markings that were generally produced on the bullets and cases on Stephen Young's reloaded bullets and cartridge cases looked to be the same type as those that had been put onto the bullets and cases at the murder scene.
We're going to talk about cars. Cars that you own or cars you have owned. Like the white Golf GTI?
Yeah, yep.
Registration number C61GKE, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Where is that now?
That is at a garage in Norfolk.
Oh, do you know the name of the garage?
Yes, the Polka Road Garage.
Stephen Young owned a Golf GTI, which was a most unusual car. It had a lot of modifications made to it, which made it virtually unique. On the day that Crimewatch was publicised, the 15th of April, Stephen Young had taken that vehicle to Norwich for some work to be carried out on it. That may be a coincidence. The Golf GTI was fitted with a mobile telephone. When we ran some checks on the numbers made, the calls made from that telephone, we discovered that at 8:10 a.m. on the morning of the murders, a call had been made from that phone to the Fuller's house.
Hello? Yeah, it's me, Steve. Where are you? Yeah, I'm out back.
I'll be down. Just give me 15 minutes.
Yeah,
We knew from the start that the Lloyd's video could contain some vital evidence, and therefore at an early stage we set out to make a detailed log of all that was on the tape. Following the arrest and the initial interviews of Stephen Young, we went back to the tape to look at it again, to look for Stephen Young's car, which was a white VW Golf. He'd said in interview that he'd driven it to the cottage that morning, arriving at about 8:20 a.m. and leaving at about 8:40. However, on looking at the tape, we were unable to find the car around the times that he'd stated. We therefore extended the search to look either side of those times, whereupon we found it quite easily. It was quite lucky for us that it was a white car and that it had been partially customised, because that made it distinctive and made it easy for us to pick out on a black and white film.
Sergeant Allen, PT Saunders.
Sussex police now needed confirmation that it was Young's car that had been spotted in the video, so they filmed it being driven past Lloyd's Bank on Wadhurst High Street. The copy of this tape, together with the original Lloyd's video, was sent off to Geoffrey Oxley at Cullergate Imagery Bureau for his expert analysis.
Righto, John, we'll have the first picture from the bank on. Yep, you can see the alloy wheels there stand out very well. Can I have the picture that was taken by the police reconstruction, still from that? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, you can see those alloy wheels stand out very well. Can you put them together, John? Okay, yeah. You can see those special alloy wheels they've got there, plus the air intake on the bonnet. And look at the way the wheel stands out there and down here as well. Incredible. Yeah, I think that's pretty conclusive, really.
After Young's arrest, we searched both his office and his home address and recovered a huge amount of property and paperwork. Amongst the paperwork, we found a £6,000 paying-in slip, which showed that £6,000, almost entirely in £20 notes, had been paid in the day after the murders into the account of Young and Harding. Bearing in mind that by then we were already aware of the £13,000 given by the lady to Harry Fuller 10 days before the murder, and the fact we hadn't found that money, that was very important.
At this stage, Tony Rangles, a senior fraud squad officer, was drafted in to unravel the complexity of Young's finances.
Mr. Young's financial position was quite desperate. He'd been using clients' premium funds for his own expenditure. His position was critical. He was under a lot of stress. He was under pressure from the insurance companies to make payments of money that he'd already had but spent. He couldn't raise the funds. He was being pressured that his brokerage would be cancelled by the insurance companies and he would be closed down. His business would fail. He was under extreme pressure to find some money.
Have you got the account?
I'm working on it.
November and December are still outstanding.
You'll get it.
Right then, I'll be back.
Yes?
Hello, is that Mr. Young? I'm calling from the Provincial.
Yes.
I'll be calling in on Wednesday to collect the account.
Yes, okay.
Immediately prior to the murder, Young's bank accounts did not hold the money that he had promised to pay to the Provincial Insurance Company. He made out a cheque on the Wednesday and he post-dated that till the following day, the 11th of February. He had to pay money into the bank, otherwise the cheque would not have been met, and in consequence the Provincial would have cancelled the agency. His business would have failed.
And where did that money come from?
That was from home.
From home? Oh, what sort of denominations was that in?
That was the money I'd been saving up. A couple of years ago, a client and a friend of mine lent me some money, about £6,500.
£6,000?
6,000, yeah.
In what denominations?
I think I've been keeping mainly 20s, mainly, yeah.
You've been keeping 20s? But where did you keep that money?
In my safe.
Oh, work or at home?
At home.
During the course of the interview that he was having with the police, he gave the explanation that the £6,000 in £20 notes had been saved over a long period. This seemed really totally inconsistent with his financial position.
How's it going, Tony? It's going really well. There's no way that he'd save that £6,000. It's just not possible. Everything tells me that he was so desperate for money. It's no way did he save it.
Well, we can prove it.
Oh, it's all on the paper. Every piece of paper is telling me he was desperate.
Hello. How are you? You don't know anyone who could lend me, say, £12,000 on a long-term basis? Someone's let me down.
I can ask around for you, but I don't have that sort of money, Stevie.
He had approached a number of friends and other clients. He even kept a record of those people that he had approached and given a story that he needed money for particular matters, and he kept a list and wrote on that list what the answer was from each of his friends.
We first became aware that Young was a family man during the course of the interview at Tunbridge Wells. He made a big point of saying that he was a family man with 2 children, and he took his children to play football. And he was also a member of a drama club in which his family was involved in as well. So he gave the outward impression that he was very much a family man. Why is there a loaded 9mm handgun in your children's bedroom?
I can't answer that.
No, there must be a reason for it. Who put it there?
I would have.
Why?
I couldn't keep it in the cabinet because it's not a legally held weapon.
No. Why in your children's bedroom? That's question 1. Question 2, why is it loaded? Question 1 first.
Well, if it's where I thought, where I've just said, I consider that to be a secure place.
In your children's bedroom?
Underneath the bed.
Underneath the bed? How old are your children?
10 and 8.
10 and 8. They haven't got the run of the bedroom. They can't do what they like.
Well, they do. I mean, they don't go diving around underneath the beds or in the drawers. Or
No,
like
there's
that.
always a chance it could do, isn't there?
Well, yeah, there's always a chance, yeah.
There's question 2 there as well. Why is it loaded?
I can't answer that.
Is there something sinister that you can't tell us about?
No, there's nothing sinister.
So, as my colleague said, why is there a loaded weapon in your children's bedroom?
That's loaded. Who loaded that weapon?
Well, I would have.
When we questioned Young about the loaded Browning automatic pistol recovered from his child's bedroom, Young remained calm. In fact, he remained so calm it was ice cold, and we nicknamed him from that point on as the Iceman. It just appeared to Young that every family kept their guns in the child's bedroom. It just seemed an everyday thing that didn't bother Young one way or the other.
By this time, the team were confident Stephen Young was their man. They managed to get a 24-hour extension to hold Young in custody so they could question him further.
.32 ammunition. What ammunition of that calibre do you have?
I haven't got any .32 ammunition because I haven't got any .32 guns.
What the...
Although I do believe I have reloaded some. I did reload some for somebody in the club, but that's going back a wee while.
You don't have a .32? Why else would you have .32 in your house? Because I can tell you now, some has been found.
Unless it's the remnants of the stuff I reloaded.
What make of .32 would that be?
I don't know, because I didn't even know I'd got any there.
I think you do know.
Well, you're going to tell me it's HB, I suppose.
I'm going to tell you, I think you ought to remember, because I think you used several rounds on Wednesday the 10th to kill Harry and Nicola Fuller. So you have another think. It's not that long ago. Harry and Nicola Fuller were killed with .32 Hurtenberg ammunition.
Yeah. Right.
In your loft, there is .32 Hurtenberg ammunition.
Right. There's a lot of ammunition there.
Tell me about it. Tell my firearms expert about it.
Yeah.
Hurtenberger. I don't know how common it is or anything. I just know it was used to kill Harry and Nicola Fuller.
A gun produces fingerprint type of marks on bullets and cases. These markings of various types are specific to a particular weapon. After looking at the bullets and cases very closely in association with the reloading equipment, I came to the conclusion that that there were bullets and cartridge cases in Stephen Young's possession that had been fired in the same weapon as the bullets and cases at the murder scene.
The thought that somebody who would be not only a business associate but a friend, because you let them into your home and you'd give them a coffee and sit and chat with them, that they could turn around and kill you to take your money is horrific.
Stephen Andrew Young, you've been charged that you on the...
I found it hard to believe that somebody that was their insurance broker would have access to guns, let alone that he could commit such a crime. It didn't seem to fit the character of the sort of person you assume an insurance broker to be. But then, what is a murderer like? What job do they do?
I didn't do it.
The murder weapon used by Stephen Young, the Walther PPK, was the least likely of choice for a murder weapon when you compare it to the weapons that he had on his firearm certificate. The fact that it was traced to him was down to some very diligent and detailed police investigation who traced the source of that particular weapon and its connection with Stephen Young.
The gun used to murder Nicola and Harry Fuller was never found. Documentation from a mail-order company in Derbyshire proved that Stephen Young had purchased a Chinese-made copy of a Walther PPK in 1988 and, in contravention of the Firearms Act, had sawn off the barrel. A single nickel-jacketed bullet found in Young's office matched perfectly the bullets used to kill the Fullers.
A jury at Hove Crown Court has been hearing the final moments in the life of 27-year-old Nicola Fuller. They've been played a tape recording of a 999 call she made...
At one point there I was convinced he wouldn't get found guilty of the murder. I mean, you know, it could go one way or the other. You know, you give it to 12 people and you could find that some find him guilty, some don't find him guilty.
Guilty of murder, the man who shot a young couple for their money.
It was a strange feeling the day that he was convicted. We suddenly had to realise that nothing would change. Although he was off the streets, he was a very dangerous person now behind bars, there was going to be no change for us, which still wouldn't bring Nicky back. But we certainly were relieved that there was no chance of him walking down the street again.
Graham? Yes? Wasn't that Fuller's murder case yours?
Yes?
Well, have you seen the front of the News of the World this morning?
No. But what's the News of the World got to do with the Fuller case?
Well, it's all over the front page.
Killer to appeal over murders of Nicola and
News
Harry
follows
Fuller.
newspaper reports claiming that during their night at the hotel, jury members held a séance to contact Harry and Nicola Fuller to ask who killed them. If successful, an appeal could result in a retrial or Young's conviction being quashed.
Well, we decided that after the trial we needed to get away.
The holiday was to get ourselves back together and to sort of sort ourselves out where we were going when we got back, because we'd sat for a year and we'd done nothing. And then to get off the plane and be told that there was an appeal pending. We came back and we were back where we started 9 months previous to that, which was, I don't think we felt that we were going to be able to get through it.
When I heard, and when the team heard, that on the basis not of anything wrong with the evidence, but on the basis of misbehaviour by some of the jury, that the matter had to be tried again. It was frustrating, to put it mildly. I also felt very disappointed for the relatives of the two families who, having sat through one trial, had then to face up to sitting through a second trial.
Because we can't afford it. We're innocent, so we get no legal aid. It's turned to a Ouija board case. That's what they're
Mr. Young was delighted with the Court of Appeal's decision to allow his appeal against conviction, and he and we will start now preparing for the next round, which is the retrial at the Old Bailey.
Mr. Young was remanded in custody until his new trial, which isn't expected to begin for several months.
The feelings at that time were just despair, I think. Feeling that it was a nightmare and you'd wake up and it sort of wouldn't be true.
And you think to yourself, what's happening? It's just so hard. It's unbelievable. My parents, they're just gutted. They couldn't believe it. To think this man, we know it is the man for the evidence we've had. And he's got retrial on a silly, silly thing.
The jurors' use of the Ouija board meant that 8 months after the first trial, the families of Harry and Nicola Fuller had to sit in court a further 3 weeks, listening once again to all the evidence, not knowing what the final outcome might be.
Don't let me down. Very well indeed. It couldn't be better, Steve.
Good evening. A double murderer whose original conviction was overturned because jurors had used a Ouija board was convicted again today and given 2 life sentences. A new jury at the Old Bailey found insurance broker Stephen Young guilty of shooting a couple...
When I think about that just he'd gone in there and killed them for money, and that when I think that when she was on the phone and she'd turn round and she could see his face, and that was the last thing she saw, his face, before he shot her again.
Many things bring her back. Her favourite songs, if somebody shouts out Nicky, or if somebody shouts Mum, brings it back.
She loved the sun, and she would come over and come home from work and get into any little bit of sun that she could get in. And when I sit out there in the garden now and the sun's shining, I think, I can see her there in the lounger. She may have her head stuck in a book, but at least she was there. And
so many times, 100 times a day, I want to pick up the phone to her. I think, I must tell Nicky that. And she's not there. But I don't accept that she's not there. I have to accept that one day I'll see her. And I get through each day on the strength that one day I'll be able to ask her how she is.
Police in Bristol are now very concerned for the safety of Shirley Banks, who's been missing since Thursday night. Shirley, who's 28, lives in Clifton, Bristol, and she and her husband have only been married a month, and friends and family all say she was very happy. She was last seen on the evening of the 8th, shopping at Debenhams in Bristol. She didn't return, but next day it's thought she phoned Alexandra Workwear, where she's a manager, to say she was ill. We think Shirley had very little cash with her, but she was carrying an access card and a NatWest chequebook. Her orange Mini is also missing, registration number HWL 507N. Take another look at her. She's 28, 5'6", slim and blonde. If you've seen Shirley or her car, ring us now. We'll let you know if there are developments.
Murder investigations without a body are rare, but it's even more rare for someone to be charged with murder when the victim hasn't been found. In fact, Home Office records show only a handful of cases where police have successfully won a conviction without a body. But just this situation faced Avon and Somerset Police 2 years ago in one of the most unusual investigations in recent times. That investigation took 18 months and ended in April this year at Exeter Crown Court.
How do you think it's going?
Well, they've been out since 11:05 now, so it's a bit of a cliffhanger, really. You know, after 18 months, you think, I suppose when you live with a job, you think it's crystal clear, but of course the jury are picking it up fresh, so there's a lot to consider. But I'm getting a little bit concerned, I suppose.
It's October 1987, 18 months before that trial took place. In Bristol's city centre, something happened which in the months that followed was to prove of vital significance. On the dockside in the watershed area, Julia Holman was leaving a wine bar after farewell celebrations for a friend from work. She cut through Cannons Road to where her car was parked in the Cannons Marsh car park.
Do as I say and you won't get hurt.
Piss off!
Her courage and quick thinking may have saved her life. The man strolled coolly away. The next morning, in another part of the city, at number 12 High Street, Shirley Banks was leaving as usual for the clothing company where she worked as a sales manageress.
Oh, sorry, that's all right.
The door of her orange Mini Clubman was jammed on the driver's side. That Thursday evening, it was late-night shopping at Broadmead Shopping Centre. Shirley bought a blue and white patterned dress at Topshop in Debenhams.
So much. Thank you.
As she was leaving, she met two friends from work.
Bye then. Bye.
She and her husband Richard had arranged to meet for a drink that night.
Shirley?
Evening. Has Shirley been in tonight?
No, sorry.
Oh, thanks.
Bye.
Back home, Richard waited up for her. But Shirley didn't return. Next day, as soon as he got into his office, Richard phoned Shirley's work and received some worrying news.
No, she phoned just before 9, said she'd been up all night with her tummy upset and wouldn't be in today. Thought she'd be with you, Richard.
No.
Thanks, anyway.
I first became involved in the inquiry on the Monday following Shirley's disappearance and worked on it from that day onwards. It was quite clear that there was something very unusual in the circumstances surrounding her disappearance, and the inquiry got off to a fast rate of knots right from the outset.
Hello, my name's DC Tutton. I'm from the Central Police Station.
Obviously we were aware of the incident at Cannons Marsh. We had a man who was trying to abduct a woman returning to her car, and we knew that Shirley, having gone shopping, had parked her car in a car park somewhere in the area of Broadmead. We could never establish exactly where. So it was an option that we took very seriously. We were looking at all the usual places for dumping vehicles. All the car parks throughout the city and surrounding force areas were being checked.
Whilst I was on holiday, I'd seen in a national newspaper, an English newspaper abroad, a very brief reference to the missing girl, Shirley Banks. My immediate reaction was this was on my patch, and if it was in the national newspapers, then potentially it was quite a big job.
Lots of people did all sorts of things to help us, but I suppose the biggest thing which they did was just support us with their love, because that was all they could do.
Sitting back, doing nothing, waiting for something to happen was very difficult. Even though what we were doing, getting leaflets produced with the car registration number, delivering them to taxi ranks and big stores and so on, even though that was a fairly futile gesture, really, and we were far less well equipped to deal with that than the police, obviously, it gave us something to do.
We set about organising press conferences. One that was attended by Mr. and Mrs. Reynolds, another was attended by Richard Banks. We made several broadcasts on local TV and local radio.
Police say they're now increasingly concerned about the disappearance of a Bristol woman.
We were able to publicise the case via the crime desk of the Crimewatch programme as early as the Tuesday following Shirley's disappearance.
Police in Bristol are now very concerned for the safety of Shirley Banks, who's been missing since Thursday night. Shirley, who's 28, lives in Clifton, Bristol, and she and her husband have only been married a month. Her orange Mini is also missing, registration number HWL.
Certain areas of the docks were being searched for the vehicle. During the course of those first weeks, our hopes were high on occasions when a particular vehicle was sighted, only to be dashed when the inquiry was completed.
Certainly the phone call at 9 o'clock to her employer's premises indicated that she may well have been voluntarily absent at that time, but this was quickly dispelled by the facts.
Police experience shows that on occasions, in fact not on occasions, quite often, that the husband is linked to the disappearance of the wife.
We were always very mindful of the intense pressure that Richard was under at that time. However, he realised that we were making certain inquiries into his background and checking on his movements, and he found it difficult to come to terms with that. And as a result, he reacted against that.
We really needed to put a lot of effort into eliminating Richard at an early stage, and that we did. We had made the conscious decision that the first time that we would publicly link the Cannons Marsh attempt abduction with Shirley Banks' disappearance would be when we put out the Crimewatch reconstruction. Now that was scheduled to be filmed in early November, and in due course would have been put out towards the end of November. That would have given us time to cover various options in relation to suspects that we thought were in the Bristol area who we really wanted to check out, and we didn't want those people to have the benefit of knowing that we in fact were linking the two incidents. As it turned out, in fact, we were overtaken by events.
This is Leamington Spa. It was a quiet afternoon at Ginger, a dress shop in Regent Street.
Well...
Jane, could you get Dennis on the phone for me, please? I owe him some money. If he wants to come into the shop, I'll give it to him.
Put the phone down. Turn out the lights and lock the door. Where are you going?
Help! Help! Is this anyone shot
Two passers-by, Bob Filer, a businessman, and Andy Riley, a builder, gave chase. They lost him in a series of back streets behind St. Peter's Church.
What's happened? Oh, you got a car phone. Can you find the police, please? Chasing a guy who's attacked a couple of women up the road there. Hello? Hey, there he goes.
I'm on the corner of
He was disappearing into the church grounds.
Something's happened here where a man's attacked two women.
They passed one man, but he had no jacket and wasn't carrying a bag, so Andy Riley thought it couldn't have been the one he'd been chasing. They saw no one else and went back to the church.
Was that the one?
Yeah, that's it.
It is.
Perhaps the man they'd seen earlier was the one they were looking for.
Good Lord. Is that the knife, Mr. Riley?
Yeah, that's it.
OK, I don't think we'll touch him any further. Just drop him back in the bag. I'll take the bag.
And drops of blood on the bag suggested he may have cut himself in the chase.
There he is!
Excuse me, I'd like a few words with you. Would you mind turning around the side of the building?
Can I see your right hand, please? Look, what have I done? I only came here shopping. Look, just let us look at the hand.
You take everything out of your pockets. Thank you.
One of his keys was traced to a black BMW parked near the dress shop. In a nearby garage, a trail of blood led them to the toilets, where they found some rope hidden in a cistern. The man they'd arrested was a 33-year-old businessman, John Cannon. He had a criminal record from the age of 14 for robbery, theft and sexual offences. He'd been given an 8-year prison sentence for robbery and a rape in a dress shop in 1981, but he'd been released from Wormwood Scrubs in July 1986.
I felt it was essential that all the clothing from Cannon was recovered, and he was put in what we call a zoot suit, which is really a forensic bag with a zip in, so that once he's been examined by a doctor, any hairs or other fibres stuck to his body can be examined by the forensic scientist.
In the BMW, police found more rope and an imitation handgun. The next day, the car was given a full forensic examination.
I had a telephone call during the afternoon from Derek French, who told me about Cannon and his arrest. And searching a briefcase that they'd found in Cannon's possession, they'd found the excise licence from Shirley Banks's vehicle. That telephone call will always stay with me, because it was the first real break that we'd had in 3 weeks of hard slog.
Well, in fact, I'd gone to look at another inquiry. I rang in to the officer in the mini-incident room. Alex, is Mr. Saunders here? Any developments up there?
Yeah, we've been trying to get hold of you, sir. You're not going to believe this, but we found Shirley Banks's Mini in a lock-up garage up in an address at Foy House in Lee Wood, just over the suspension bridge.
Right, I'll go up there straight away. If anybody wants me, that's where I'll be. I'll see you later, mate. Bye.
Foy House was a block of flats where John Cannon lived.
When I arrived at Foy House, looking out of a window and calling out to me, there was a reporter from The Sun.
Ian?
The first thing that came into my mind that we had found the Mini. Where was Shirley? And there were some woods at the back. perhaps she was lying in those woods and the first person to discover her was going to be a reporter. As it was, we quickly cordoned off the area and my worst fears weren't realised, but it was a bit of a worrying moment, I can tell you.
It's a respray job, isn't it, Bob?
Yeah, I think it's been painted by hand. There's brush marks on it.
Horrible job. Excuse me, is there anything in the car?
It was discovered with a different colour, royal blue. It had different registration plates, but police are satisfied that it is Shirley Banks's car. A police lorry arrived to take it away for forensic tests. Police have contacted Shirley Banks's husband.
Clearly, the finding of the car suggested to us that some ill had befallen Shirley, and this really confirmed it.
Meanwhile, Cannon was still being questioned by Warwickshire police on the incident in Leamington Spa.
Cannon was in what I call superintendent's custody time. That meant that very shortly he had to be charged or taken before a magistrate. We didn't want the situation that Cannon was in fact detained in Leamington when the main thrust of the inquiry was almost bound to be in Bristol.
The Police and Criminal Evidence Act was brought in to ensure that the rights of the prisoner are looked after.
I'll finish the interview with Cannon. Can you put him back in number 1, please?
In total, we have 36 hours to keep a person within custody.
Yes, sir, mate. Mr. Cannon, follow me, please.
Where someone's been arrested for a particular offence, you cannot interview that person for another offence without starting what we call the clock.
So the clock would be restarted as soon as Bristol police began questioning Cannon about Shirley Banks.
Time was not on our side. Indeed, the pressure was on us. We had to act quickly. I decided that Brian Saunders and Terry Jones should be the officers to interrogate him. And in fact, I sent them up to Leamington to liaise with the Warwickshire police and bring him back to Filton police station.
We made the decision that he would be bailed from our police station at Warwick and immediately rearrested.
Hello, John. D.I. Jones, this is DCI Saunders. We're from Bristol. I'm now arresting you for the abduction of Shirley Ann Banks. He talked continuously and wanted to tell us all about his family background. He talked rather nervously, I thought, but again came across as someone who was very much in control, very confident, obviously a very intelligent man and very articulate.
12 miles outside Bristol, they started the clock again.
John, I want to remind you, you're not obliged to say anything unless you wish to do so. But what
From this moment, Bristol police had 36 hours to question him.
Can you help me with the whereabouts of Shirley Banks? Is she alive or is she dead?
No, I can't. And I don't wish to discuss the matter until I see my solicitor.
The situation facing us was really the reversal of the usual murder inquiry. We had the man, the suspect, we didn't have a body. And that really put pressure on us, I think.
Without a body, they couldn't be absolutely sure that a murder had been committed at all, and what evidence they had at that stage was merely circumstantial.
Every night, certainly Brian Saunders would meet with me and we would have a briefing on how the interview had gone thus far, and indeed what we were going to take to the briefing the next day.
Every morning, the 50 officers working on the case would assemble to hear Cannon's latest statements and discuss the next moves.
Well, this morning I've got 6 task force teams searching various locations in Lee Woods, and as a result of some interesting information that came in yesterday evening, the Force Underwater Search Unit this morning will be carrying out a dive at Abbott's Pool.
Commence your search, over.
In addition to that, sir, I've contacted the Royal Air Force, and they will be helping us with aerial photography in infrared mode for Lee Woods.
Over several days, scenes of crime men made a systematic forensic search of Cannon's flat at Foy House. And a fully computerised incident room was set up at the police training school at King's Weston House in Bristol. The case had quickly become front-page news, and information began pouring in. But the newspapers were doing their own investigations. That weekend, several papers ran stories speculating on a possible link between Cannon and the case of Susie Lamplugh, the estate agent who disappeared in West London in July 1986.
Released from West London's Wernwood Scrubs just before Susie Lamplugh disappeared last July. The jail is not far from where Miss Lamplugh lived.
We had officers down from the inquiry. They had access to all our material, and they had the responsibility of seeing if there was a link between my inquiry and their inquiry. As the situation stands, there is no evidence to suggest a link.
What I will say about the Susie Lamplugh inquiry is that we looked at it very, very closely. We worked closely with the Met, because rest assured, if there had been a scrap of evidence, in the same way that we pursued other matters, we would have pursued that. There was no evidence, and there the matter must lie.
And that same weekend, as Cannon's solicitor pointed out to him, one newspaper had published his previous record, a potential contempt of court.
Viewed from the interview room, I was a little bit annoyed about their activities, because in that confined situation there with Cannon, it really created problems for me. But the vast majority of the evidence came in because of the publicity. You need the publicity, you need the public to feed you with the inquiries, really, and that's what cracked the case. John, I just want to go on.
Can I just interject here, if I may? I think we are all aware that there is a reduction in the likelihood of my having a fair trial, owing to the events of the past couple of days.
I wouldn't allow him to have the newspapers. He kept demanding them, and at one stage said he wouldn't talk anymore unless he had the newspapers. Now, my reason for not allowing him the newspapers was because I didn't want him to be influenced by those stories. But I did agree to allow him to have the newspapers, and I cut the pieces out that referred to his case.
And right again. Time was running out, but how could Cannon possibly explain the most damning evidence of all? Shirley's Mini in his garage.
The Mini was bought from an auction outside the ring. I struck up a conversation with somebody who told me that he had a car for sale that seemed ideally priced and was cheap, very cheap. He did not bring the car round that night. He brought it round the following night. The guy's name was Philip Hodgson or Philip Hodgkinson. I don't know which. I'm not a regular on the Bristol motor circuit. The car was put in my garage, and it all went on from there. Then I read about this girl, Shirley Banks. Now, you are a policeman. You tell me how I can go to the police station and say to the police, I have got this car, when I have got a criminal record for rape. You tell me how I can do that.
We didn't trace anything to support his story, and having told me about the motor auction, he then, in fact, asked a young police officer where the motor auction was. So I think we're quite convinced he never ever went there.
The 36 hours were up, so now a charge had to be brought. That Sunday, the 1st of November, at exactly 12:30, he was charged with theft and then later with the more serious offence of assault with intent to rob at Leamington Spa. As a result, the next day, the magistrate granted them 3 more days to question him. Bail and Cannon will be held in police custody in Bristol until Friday. Now, the line of questioning concentrated on Thursday, the 8th of October. What was Cannon doing on the day Shirley Banks disappeared?
Should I say this? I'll say it. Now, there's a shop, and I've always equated that with, like, curtains. I remember going to the shop, actually, and there's this young blonde lady there, attractive blonde lady, here we go, and she said, can I help you? I said, I'm sorry, I've got the wrong shop. She said, why? I said, you don't sell curtains. She said, no, we're just, you know, ladies' clothes. Most embarrassed, I go out. And I know what you're thinking, forget it.
Over many days he accounted for his movements on the 8th of October 1987. And the sum total of it was, he did not have an alibi. He really settled down to tell us at the end of the day that he in fact went to a wine shop. I don't believe he went to a wine shop that night. I think he was using a technique that he used throughout the interviews of giving us true facts about a visit to a certain place, but talking about a different day. He didn't have an alibi for when Shirley went missing.
But for the next day, Friday the 9th of October, there was much more information to go on. Several important witnesses came forward.
Our case was that Shirley was no doubt kept captive in the flat.
Cannon had been a regular customer at a local plant shop. The owner had tried to call him that Friday morning.
He had invited us round for a meal on Saturday, October the 10th. I tried to phone him during the week before to say that we couldn't come, didn't get through. And then on the Friday morning I got through straight away.
Hello? Hello, John? It's Christine from Rainbow Pottery. The plant shop in Clifton.
Hello.
I'm sorry, have I just woken you up?
No, it just takes a little while for my brain to get going in the morning.
I'm sorry I've left it so late. I tried to call you last night.
I was quite sort of aghast that he didn't actually remember who I was, and that it didn't seem to matter anyway.
No problem. I'll call you again sometime.
At lunchtime, Cannon went out to cash a cheque. Could he have left Shirley alone in his flat? About that time, this taxi driver received a call to pick up a woman from flat number 2 at Foy House.
Taxi for Temple Meads?
No, not here.
Lady ordered a taxi?
No, nobody's ordered a taxi.
Are you sure on that?
I'm absolutely positive.
Okay.
A neighbour remembered Cannon paid her a visit just after lunchtime.
Oh, hello, John.
Hello, Val. I was wondering if I could borrow your Hoover. Mine seems to have packed up.
Yeah, sure. Hold on a sec. Okay, here you go.
Thanks very much. I'll bring it back later.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
And soon after that, this witness saw him cleaning his car.
Oh.
Hello. What was emerging was that there was a period in the afternoon from about 2:30, 3 o'clock until about 7:30 at night, when in fact we couldn't account for his movements. And we quickly realised that that was the period of time when he must have taken Shirley out of the flat and taken her away somewhere.
Detectives had also traced a video shot by a dating agency that Cannon had joined.
Yes, I have a dislike of inflated egos. People who are, they look at me, I'm great type. I don't like that.
Right.
I can't handle that sort of inner weakness.
They're kind of pretentious.
Yeah, I don't like that at all. I just like just normal, average people.
Right.
Inquiries revealed that he'd had 2 long-term relationships in the past.
There was one back in 1980 that ended when the girl in fact told him she didn't want to see him anymore, and in effect that ended up by him being violent towards her. Cannon went on in early 81 to commit this horrific rape in a shop. We then looked at his activities in 1987, and he was clearly deeply involved with a lady in Bristol. That relationship came to an end as far as she was concerned, and I don't think he could accept that.
It really got up my nose that just because she comes from a very privileged background, it really offends me. You want to talk about character? Well, I have some principles. You may not believe so, but I have some. And one of those principles is this, that if you are caught doing something, put your hand up, be honest and admit it. That's fair enough. If you're a crook and a villain and you've done it, fair enough. But I have this hatred, this dislike of people who purport to be respectable, decent and honest, abiding by professional standards, people of privilege who will put on airs and graces and this facade of respectability.
The police now had 1 day left of their 3-day remand. They decided to hold an identification parade for the woman who'd been attacked in her car the evening before Shirley went missing.
When I was asked to come to the identification parade, I felt it was going to be a complete waste of time.
I was so sure the man who'd attacked me wouldn't be there.
Come on in, Miss Holman.
As I entered the room, my attention was immediately drawn to the line of men behind the screens.
You've been asked down here today to see if you can pick out the person who you saw.
I saw him straight away. I had no doubt that it was him, but I did listen to what the inspector had to say, and I did look at all the men. I was worried that the men on the lineup might be able to see me, although the police had told me they'd be behind one-way glass. I was still sure that the man at number 3 was my attacker.
Number 3.
Could you just repeat that so that the solicitor can hear?
Number 3.
Okay, thanks very much, Miss Holman.
I was in conference with the Crown Prosecution Service, Mr. Drew, at that time. We were discussing our next remand hearing, and indeed, putting it bluntly, we had problems. At that stage, during the conference, the telephone went, and in fact, they told us that Julia Holman had in fact picked Cannon out. I think we were somewhat ecstatic.
So now, with more charges against him, they'd gained another 3 days. Time that was vital not only to continue questioning Cannon, but also to give them the chance to follow up several crucial lines of inquiry.
We'd found a cleaning ticket. Officers went to Sutton Coldfield and spoke to the young lady in the cleaners. She told them that the Mac had been handed in by Cannon late in October of 1987 and was covered in red mud.
You mentioned red marks, earth marks, on a raincoat, on my raincoat.
Yeah, if we can just recap, I think you said that the raincoat was in the boot of your car, and you'd put a lawnmower on top of the raincoat.
Which is true. I'm not changing anything. What I'm saying, I'm trying to enlarge, not change. No, everything I've said is right. It would be perhaps useful if one were to make inquiries with a certain lady of our acquaintance in Bristol, not so very far away from here, to confirm that a few weeks ago, several weeks ago, we did in fact make love on that raincoat in Ashton Park.
Right, okay.
Where the earth is red.
Well, John, thank you for that.
When I had a look at it, I found that the cuffs, the lapels, had very faint washed-out blood stains, and there were 1 or 2 other spots of blood here and there on the raincoat. In particular, bloodstains between the shoulder blades gave a blood group which was of the same group as Mr. Cannon himself, so it could be his blood. But from our deductions of the blood groups of Shirley Banks's father and sister, Shirley herself could have been of that blood group as well. So we couldn't exclude the blood as being Shirley Banks's.
A Topshop bag was found in the BMW motor car. As luck would have it, when Shirley was shopping for the dress, the girl ran out of the normal size bags, and so she had to use a bag of a size not normally used to put dresses in. Lo and behold, when we looked at the bag, it was the sort that Shirley would have been given. We reached a point on the 10th of November when it became apparent we weren't going to get any more from questioning at that stage. We knew that the forensic evidence would take some time to come through, and indeed we hadn't found Shirley's body, but we thought we had enough to charge him with kidnap. We didn't charge him with murder at that stage because that would prevent us from questioning him should the body turn up, or indeed should forensic evidence come to light.
We ended up at a stage towards the end of November whereby there were 4 unidentified keys. We thought it is vital that we find out where these related. And indeed, we thought that perhaps Cannon may have another address somewhere, indeed, where there may be evidence. Now, we needed to publish his photograph, and as you can well appreciate, the publication of a photograph of a man in custody, certainly in a case of this magnitude, is quite a radical step.
John, we've got a bit of a problem.
It was necessary, therefore, to get legal advice on the implications.
Well, I suppose 2 principal dangers. The first one was that if we used Cannon's photograph in the press, any identification evidence which came after that would be probably tainted by the fact that the photograph had been published, and therefore any identification parade would probably lose their cogency.
And more paramount than that, I think, was the need to secure a fair trial, so far as Cannon was concerned. We came to the conclusion that there was no alternative.
There was a possibility that Shirley had been kept captive somewhere with enough food or what have you, and was still alive. So we really had to take that one last chance and go to the public and say, have you seen this man?
The police say the gravity of their inquiries makes it vital the man is identified. They want to hear from anyone who has done business with him in the past 18 months, especially in relation to renting or letting property.
The renewed publicity generated several new leads. An elderly lady came forward. She'd been held up in traffic on Bridge Road just past Cannon's flat that Friday afternoon after Shirley's disappearance.
There was a man in the foliage on the edge of the wood dragging something. I heard loud punching noises, and then the sunlight fell across the back of a man, and he was punching at something. He seemed to be holding something at arm's length. I heard a woman's voice say, "Oh no, no," but very pleadingly. Dreadful. He kept saying, "I warned you what I would do, I warned you." And then suddenly there was a terrible choking sound, and everything went quiet. And the man was looking at me. The next thing I knew, I could hear footsteps pounding up towards the pathway, and there he was. As we slowly went off, he was watching me, but from under his left arm, so that his head was upside down.
She was a well-intentioned lady, there's no doubt about that. But in Crown Court terms, a witness who doesn't come forward until a number of weeks later and then makes statements which in effect increase the amount that she saw really had to be looked at with a fine-tooth comb, and we did that. I found that it was possible to hear noises in the location she had been. She clearly had seen something in those woods.
But then came the breakthrough.
Our day-to-day work is very straightforward in as much as we can go to the system, take out the prints of a known offender and compare them with marks from scenes of crime. But with Shirley's print, we had to start from scratch. So the scenes of crime men went to various locations where Shirley was known to have been, her home, her workplace and her parents' home, and they took impressions from various articles in those locations. We compared all those impressions and we eventually built up a composite set of what we believed was Shirley Banks's fingerprints. We checked all those marks against marks on documents and other articles from the flats in Foy House. And eventually we found a mark that was common to the various locations where Shirley had been and Foy House, and that was the left thumb on the document.
All those weeks of painstaking detection had finally paid off. Having checked every inch of John Cannon's flat, they'd found one single thumbprint among a pile of papers in an old wooden chest.
Here we had a man who'd been telling me for 10 days, even more, he'd never ever seen Shirley Banks. And we had a fingerprint in the flat saying she'd been there. It was tremendous.
The finding of the fingerprint meant that we could certainly charge him with murder. It was the timing of when we brought him out was the question there afterwards.
They brought him out of the cells in late December. Their first move was to take Cannon to the street where Shirley lived.
Have you ever been in this road before?
No, I don't think so.
We anticipated that when confronted with the fingerprint, he would come up with a story saying that he had an association with her, albeit just a fleeting meeting. Have you ever been to that address, 12 High Street?
No, I haven't. Certainly not.
Remember the photograph of Shirley Banks that I showed you?
Yes, I remember her picture and the posters.
Did you ever meet Shirley, the girl in the photograph, in this road?
No.
Did you ever bump into her in the street?
No.
Did you ever meet her anywhere in Bristol?
No, categorically, no.
Now he would find it very difficult to explain that thumbprint in his flat.
Brian, what do you think of policemen who plant evidence or break the rules?
John, you know we wouldn't do that. Prior to the final interview, we purposely showed Cannon a copy of the note that in fact Shirley's thumbprint had been found on. We showed him that photocopy, not telling him that there was a fingerprint on the original. He then told us over a period of half an hour that that document had never ever left his flat. John, you'll appreciate that when you were arrested, police officers searched your flat thoroughly. And this is the original note that was removed from the monk's chest.
I accept.
All right. Here's a photograph of Shirley. Unfortunately, she can't be here, can she?
Nope.
So she's done the next best thing, John. She's left her thumbprint on this document, a document taken from your home, a document that didn't arrive there till the 28th of September. That's her thumbprint. Now tell me, John, we're in this room with all these implements, and now we've got a piece of paper with Shirley's thumbprint on it. Now, I'm not an expert, but they tell me that's an exceptionally good thumbprint.
Problem.
You've got a problem, John.
No, you do.
Don't tell me I've got a problem. You've got a problem. Don't smoke screen. Because this fingerprint is the one thing that you can't give one of your silly stories about. The most corrupt police officer in the world couldn't plant that, could he?
Look, you must think what you must.
Well, even if you're charged and you think about what I've said to you today, you think about the thumbprint, it's still open to you to come back at any time and tell us where Shirley's body is. Now, evidence isn't a matter for me. It's a matter for a court. But I'll just ask you as one man to another, please tell us where she is. I don't think I got anything else to say to you. The time is 11:47, and we're going to turn off tape 38.
You are charged for that you, between the 7th day of October 1987 and the 30th day of October 1987, in the city of Bristol or elsewhere, did murder Shirley Ann Banks. That's contrary to common law.
Police now faced the prospect of bringing to court a murder case without ever having found the victim's body.
I take it that's no reply?
Yes.
But then the most significant discovery of the case was made by a member of the public. On Easter Sunday, 3 months after Cannon had been charged, a woman gathering moss discovered Shirley's body in a ditch on the Quantock Hills near Bridgewater. She'd been beaten about the head. By tracing tufts of hair, 50 task force officers were able to work their way to a point 150 feet upstream where they believed her body had been left. In the dark red mud, they found some jewellery. Over a period of 6 days, they stripped the whole area.
At the scene, or close to where the body was found, 3 dark bluish-green buttons were recovered, which still had attached to them the stitching thread that had originally attached them to the garment they came from. Now, it was known that Shirley Banks, on the night she went missing, had been to Debenhams in Bristol and had bought a dress. And the question was, were these buttons from that dress? So the police obtained a dress believed to be identical to the one bought and sent that to me, and I then compared the buttons found at the scene with the buttons still on this dress. And in all analytical tests we could carry out, they were exactly the same. It's almost certain, in my view, that those buttons came from Shirley Banks's dress, and you can deduce a number of things. It means that the buttons were ripped off her dress at the scene, and it means also that she put the dress on after buying it.
But police still wanted more to clinch their case against John Cannon. And the further they looked into his past, the more they discovered. They questioned him about some robberies in the West Midlands.
During the inquiry, we became aware that Cannon was in possession on occasions of considerable sums of money. We looked at his occupation as a car dealer, and it didn't hold water as far as I was concerned.
A financial profile was compiled by Sergeant Mike Lloyd.
Financial profiling is, of course, commonplace now in drugs investigations. I believe this was the first occasion that's ever been undertaken in connection with the murder inquiry. The information revealed the use of the bank account held by John Cannon, the use of the cash point card held by him, and also his movements within the United Kingdom. One of the areas of investigation concerned the report of a rape in Reading in October 1986. John Cannon had previously been arrested in respect of this offence and produced an alibi which stated that he was at home at Sutton Coldfield on the 6th and 7th of October. As a result of the financial inquiries, we were able to prove that on the 6th of October, at around 1:30, he used his cash point card at a bank at Clifton. At around 9, he used his cash point card again, but this time in London. And the following day, the 7th of October, used his cash point card again back in Bristol, which suggested he was a long way away from Sutton Coldfield.
And on the intercity line between London and Bristol is Reading. The rape case had centred on the identity of a man seen carrying a plastic bag. In fact, Thames Valley Police had arrested Cannon, but there hadn't been enough evidence to charge him.
He was placed on an identification parade and no positive identification was made. And the forensic samples that we had certainly didn't support us sufficiently to lay a charge against him.
Even an early attempt at DNA genetic profiling failed to get a result. Then, in June 1988, when Avon and Somerset Police asked for the exhibits, forensic scientist John Bark decided he'd do one more test himself. Nearly 2 years on, the technology had greatly improved.
The result of this test is that I found at least 10 DNA bands. The significance of 10 DNA bands is that you would not expect to find this profile in more than 1 in 700,000 of the population. I also ran a blood sample from John Cannon alongside the staining and found that the profile matched in every band.
This was in itself convincing evidence. But to be absolutely sure, the Home Office approached the ICI laboratories, who at that time had even more sophisticated DNA equipment.
The Aldermaston Laboratory brought to us a nylon membrane on which was the DNA pattern from Mr. Cannon and the DNA pattern from semen found on the underwear of the victim. We compared the DNA profile from Cannon and that of the semen in the underpants. You can see that each band in the profile matches between the semen stain and that DNA profile of John Cannon. And we found that this match would only occur about once in 260 million individuals.
In my experience, that is the highest I've heard of. I accept there may well be higher ones that I don't know about. But again, it was vital. It proved the Reading rape.
The efforts of 5 police forces, 150 officers working 140,000 man-hours over 18 months, culminated in the trial, which began at Exeter Crown Court in April this year. After 3 weeks of hearing the evidence, the jury retired to consider their verdict.
Well, it's a real marathon one. They've adjourned now until tomorrow, 7:15 at night. It's the longest one I've been on, but there we are. It was a long inquiry.
The next day, the waiting continued.
Well, it's not all over, but it's 90% over now. There's a conviction on the murder and the abduction, which is, we're home, I think.
It took the jury 10 hours, but in the end, there was no doubt in their minds. They decided unanimously that the former ex-cartel John Cannon was guilty. His eyes on the judge in front of him.
Absolute relief at the end that they'd actually come to that verdict, simply because we felt that that was the right verdict, and we couldn't have coped, I don't think, very easily with the thought that maybe it could have happened to somebody else. I think because the police have kept us in touch so much and we've met so many officers involved, that we've realised the importance of how big a team it was for a start.
Yes.
And it was for them and obviously for us and for the public as well, to get the right verdict.
We've been very anxious to try to avoid allowing the sort of negative emotions, hatred, anger, revenge and so on, intrude on the rest of our life and so on. We've tried to avoid that, and perhaps it's because of that we have, or that I have, this more detached view of John Cannon.
Maybe our feelings haven't come out yet.
on that case. Here's Bob Crampton.
Horfield Prison in Bristol tonight. In the highest security wing, John Cannon, the man who killed Shirley Banks, is beginning a life sentence. For once, it'll mean just that. The judge told him at the age of 35 that he'd never come out of prison again. He's simply too dangerous. Cannon is responsible for a series of ruthless sex attacks, but he'll always be remembered as the man who committed the murder of Shirley Banks. The judge said Cannon is violent, horrible, evil. Tonight, we look back on that evil past, on the rapist who was freed from prison to strike again. We've been told that he's a classic serial rapist. If he hadn't been caught, he would have gone on to commit further awful crimes.
But there's another side to John Cannon, a charming man with dashing good looks who liked to think he was a man about town, able to boast to the police about a string of affairs. Just 6 weeks before his arrest, John Cannon made this video for a dating agency in Bristol. It was a controlled, confident performance.
I think a ruff would suit me. Tights and a sword. I can see me on some bridge or some galleon, bigger pirate. Yes, I can handle that.
In all, the judge handed down 3 life sentences and another 38 years in prison terms. John Cannon, rapist, kidnapper and murderer. We'll be returning to that interview later in the programme and talking to the other key figure in this case, Richard Banks.
As far as John Cannon is concerned, you know, I have no thoughts really at all.
Is this a significant day in your life? Does it mean that you can start again?
I think it's probably less significant for me than it is for everybody else, really, because it's just sort of confirming publicly what everybody involved with the whole sort of horror of it has known for getting on for 2 years.
For Richard Banks, the ordeal is finally over after 18 months. But as Cannon starts his life sentence, there are still questions to be answered. How could a woman like Shirley Banks have been kidnapped in a busy shopping centre like Broadmead? Were the police too slow to launch their biggest ever inquiry? And has Cannon got away with murder? The murder of Susie Lamplugh, the London estate agent whose body has never been found. Compare this picture of Cannon with this artist's impression of the mysterious Mr. Kipper, the man the police want to trace in connection with the disappearance of Miss Lamplugh. But first, the tragedy of Shirley Banks, the young woman who went out shopping and never returned.
Shirley Ann Reynolds was born in Scotland. She was the eldest of 3 sisters in a close-knit family. They moved to Somerset, where Shirley was educated. After school, she took a business course at Bristol Polytechnic. Her last job was at Alexandra Workwear in Patchway, where she'd been for several years. She met Richard through her sister Gillian, and they lived together in Bristol for 5 years before they got married. That day was 6 weeks before she disappeared.
She was a lovely girl. She was very friendly, very home-loving, very hard-working. Had a very settled sort of life, especially at the time that things went wrong.
And how were her and Richard together?
They'd been together for a very long time. It's something that people seem to forget. They'd been living together for 5 years before they got married. And like any couple, they'd had ups and downs during that time. But at the time things went wrong, she was at the happiest I'd ever seen her, which makes things doubly sad, really.
When Shirley Banks set out for work on Thursday, October the 8th, 1987, she told her husband that she'd be going to Broadmead that evening, late-night shopping, to buy herself a new dress. He never saw her alive again.
The only person who knows exactly what happened here in Broadmead that night is John Cannon. The shops were as busy as any Thursday evening. 2 friends with pay packets from Alexandra Workwear were ready to spend money on new clothes. They met Shirley Banks in Debenhams and even talked to her about a blue and white spotted dress she had her eye on. But even now the police can only guess as to what happened then and why no one spotted Cannon lying in wait. Back at their Clifton home, Richard Banks was beginning to wonder what had happened to her. But it was 24 hours before he went to the police. By then, she was dead.
I did exactly what anybody in the same situation would have done. Foolishly, from the start off, was of the same school of thought that they were, that things like this don't happen, and went through every possible eventuality in my own mind and contacted every single person, and obviously one hopes that at any moment in time something, the good news or the explanation will arrive, but unfortunately it didn't.
Banks wasn't to know it at first, and the police didn't make the connection. But the previous night, a mile away from Broadmead, a gunman had tried to abduct office worker Julia Holman as she returned to her car parked at Cannon's Marsh. She got away, but if she hadn't fought off that man, would she have been murdered too? It's now clear that Shirley Banks was murdered because she simply happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, when John Cannon was on the rebound from his broken affair with Annabel Rose. By chance, he stumbled across Shirley Banks, but it could have been any young woman. John Cannon was the second of 3 children brought up in Sutton Coldfield on the northern outskirts of Birmingham. After he left school with 5 CSEs and 3 O-levels, he first went into the Merchant Navy. It didn't last. He held a string of jobs as a car salesman. He'd been engaged to his girlfriend June for 7 years when they married in 1978. Cannon had met her because she worked as a florist near his father's garage. But even after the wedding, they lived at the family home.
It was here, not far from the family home, that Cannon committed the crime that led to his first prison sentence. It was a rape that brought horror headlines. It was described as disgusting and diabolical. In March 1981, Cannon walked into a boutique in the opulent Four Oaks area, produced a knife and demanded money. He was then to rape the woman's shop assistant in front of a 17-month-old son and her mother, who was forced to watch while bound hand and foot. At Birmingham Crown Court, Cannon was jailed for 5 years for the rape and given another 3 years for other offences: robbery, the taking away of a car, and stealing £5 from the boutique.
Cannon had been caught because someone recognised his distinctive features captured on this photo-fit picture. 5 years later, in 1986, he came out of Wormwood Scrubs to resume his career as a car salesman and as a rapist. Just 3 months after leaving prison, he kidnapped and raped a housewife in Reading. By then, Cannon had moved to Bristol. He bought himself a black BMW. He worked hard to cultivate his image, explaining that his money had come from the sale of businesses in the Midlands. Not everyone was impressed.
He was very smooth talking, very friendly, probably too smooth. He came on very heavily towards women, especially the attractive ones.
So he was a playboy, was he?
Yes, definitely, I would say so.
Later, Cannon went back to his job as a car salesman, this time at Holder's Garage in Congresbury. He apparently charmed a string of women with his tall stories, until 3 weeks before Shirley Banks went missing. He decided to register with a dating agency, which used to have offices in Park Street. He signed on under the pseudonym John Peterson, describing himself as a born romantic.
He was actually very nice. I thought he was attractive, well presented. He had a smart suit on, and he came across as a very confident and probably fairly aggressive person. But I did actually quite like him.
Yes, I have a dislike of inflated egos. People who are, they look at me, I'm great type. I don't like that. I can't handle that sort of inner weakness.
They're kind of pretentious.
Yeah, I don't like that at all. I just like just normal, average people.
And what do you look for in a person of the opposite sex when you first meet? What would attract you to a woman?
Well, I think apart from the physical side, again, I think somebody who's pleasant, who's natural, who's relaxed, somebody who's calm, just pleasant,
You're
just
not worried
something
if
nice.
they're career-orientated?
No.
Quite...
No. Well, as somebody who's career-orientated myself, I couldn't blame them for that.
Yeah.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Now, do you admire any famous people after present?
Yes, I've admired a few. People like Gandhi, philosophers like Bertrand Russell, present-day people like Prince Charles, who's socially aware.
Were you surprised then that he was looking for a girlfriend?
I was. I couldn't really understand why somebody who had so much going for them was actually here with us in the dating agency. He seemed to have a successful business. I knew that he was divorced, so I presumed that, you know, he was looking for a new partner since he'd been divorced. But He had a lot of qualities and he seemed to have a very lively personality, and I thought that he would have no difficulty meeting somebody.
And what do you feel about it now, knowing who you were sitting opposite?
Well, obviously with hindsight, you look back on it and it changes the whole situation. And it's made me very aware of how misleading good looks can be, and how really you can't always trust people on face value.
Cannon's performance did the trick, though. The agency was inundated with women taken in by the smooth, educated businessman. We showed the dating agency video to a consultant therapist, and he took a completely different view, seeing right through the facade.
For the majority of people, when they hear about a sex offender, they immediately go into a typology, that somehow he's like a man in a dirty raincoat, the comical joke at one end, or else he's a 6'6" monster looking a bit like a werewolf. Cannon dramatically opposes those types of stereotypes because he was a man who was quite able to form relationships with women. There's talk of numerous relationships he had, some extremely abusive, but he had the ability to form that relationship.
You saw the dating agency video.
Yes.
Did it surprise you that here was a man who was a flamboyant man, a suave man, yet underneath there must have been something bubbling away?
It didn't surprise me at all, but then I'd worked with men very similar to Cannon within prison who'd done very similar things. So I've always known that it can be that type of man who actually does those sorts of things. And I think in investigation we always have to be careful in case we have a stereotype of what a man is that does this sort of thing, because we can be deceived by it. When you consider that whole video is a charade as far as he's concerned, because he's just been released from prison for rape. He's actually the whole video pretending to be something that he's not, and how plausible he is in many ways as he comes over in that video shows you how he must have operated with regard to abducting and raping women. You have a clear picture of that.
He does appear through the dating agency video to be very attractive to women. They were inundated with calls afterwards. Is this normal?
It's not uncommon, and I can't speak for women as to why they would or would not find him attractive.
Yes. So what was Cannon looking for?
Physically, somebody like Stephanie Beecham.
Who's that?
No, it's actually, she's, I think she's in Dallas, Falcon Crest or something. But no, joking apart. Somebody natural, nice, pleasant, somebody with character, a little personality.
Practical?
Practical, yes. Somebody, just somebody normal. Somebody who's easy and relaxed to be with.
Now what about TV comedy programs? Is there anything that you like in that vein?
I'm a little bit dry as regards humour. Dave Allen. Benny Hill is okay. Maybe that's a bit slapstick. That's a bit slapstick, I know, but yeah, Benny Hill's okay. Or he used to be. Not so good nowadays, but he used to be. Yeah, that type of, mainly dry humour.
In his video, he came out with some quite unusual and fairly amusing things. He seemed to have very good imagination, and he seemed to tell you the things that you wanted to hear. He seemed to be a fun person. I mean, obviously, in a dating agency, people that are fun and lively and outgoing meet more people, and they're more attractive to the opposite sex. So he seemed to know exactly what was required.
Do you think there was any suggestion that you were going to be one of his victims?
I think now, looking back with hindsight, it's probably very likely that I would have been. It's lucky that my husband was in the office and that I wasn't actually there alone, because I think if I'd been there alone with him, things might have been very different.
3 weeks later, Cannon found his victim, Shirley Banks. He brought her back here to his flat. The police could only piece together what must have happened, how she was handcuffed and gagged, forced at gunpoint, kept here for 18 hours, then driven in Cannon's black BMW to Lonely Woods on the Quantocks, where she was killed. As far as the police in Bristol were concerned, she completely disappeared, along with her rusty orange Mini. But the big breakthrough finally came 3 weeks after Shirley went missing. Police arrested Cannon in Leamington Spa on a completely different case. They found the taxters from Shirley's Mini and the car itself, now painted blue and with false plates, inside his garage. There was no sign of Shirley or what had happened to her, but the police were convinced they had their man.
For Richard Banks, his family and close friends, it had been a painful 3 weeks, a period of despair, frustration and helplessness. Not only did they have to deal with their own emotions of grief and worry, but also the scrutiny of the press and the police investigations. Steve Wilson and his girlfriend Caroline Harris, who gave up work to be with Richard 24 hours a day, were so concerned with the way the police inquiry was going, they kept a day-to-day diary. Looking back, they say, there were moments of complete insensitivity.
We stressed several times that Shirley was not the sort of girl who would disappear for a day or a minute even without someone knowing where she was. They took them a long time to appreciate that. They did appreciate it after asking hundreds and hundreds of friends, and uniformly the answer was she wouldn't do that sort of thing. They were very slow to react to that.
And I presume by the time they had satisfied themselves this was very serious, days and days, perhaps weeks had gone past.
Certainly. I mean, I don't think they decided anything until they'd actually got the car, when it was really presented to them on a plate.
In the first couple of weeks, there were several incidents that you found particularly frustrating and showed signs, if you like, of police incompetence. Can you remember those clearly?
Perhaps the smallest, but perhaps the most symptomatic of the whole thing was a policeman knocking on Richard's door with a picture of Shirley saying, "Have you seen this woman?" Extraordinary that should happen.
There's a list of other incidents, but above all, there seemed little police liaison with Richard or help from other sources.
It's difficult to imagine what he was really going through. Even now it's difficult to imagine what he's going through, but hell, I should think, would be one word to describe it.
Well, I think I'd be a bit presumptuous to say that I did cope, really, and I think it's probably, as you well know, the sort of support of friends and family, either from the wings or sort of directly, that have enabled me to get through it. I would think it would be stretching it to say that I did cope, really, for a lot of it.
From the outset, Richard Banks was among the main suspects. He bears no resentment about that, but the question mark remains. Could anything else have been done that might have saved Shirley's life? Their friends believe the police were too slow to see the connection with the attack on Julia Holman.
It seems appalling to me that the police seem to have no record that John Cannon actually lived in Bristol. He's a man who, as we now know, had served time in prison for particularly hideous rapes, etc., and that they didn't seem to know he was living in Bristol. Julia Holman in Cannons Marsh gave a very accurate description of that man. In an ideal world, they would have built up a photo fit, they would have matched it with people that they had on record who living in Bristol who committed similar sort of crimes, and they perhaps would have found him earlier.
And what about Richard Banks? In court, he was pictured as a man enjoying a wealthy lifestyle, driving a Porsche, and fully recovered from his wife's murder. The truth is very different. He has a new life now and a new girlfriend, but he's lost everything. His house, job, car, and tens of thousands of pounds. The mental scars will stay with him forever.
I don't think about what he did to Shirley, because I cannot think about it.
Do you still have memories of her then?
It's very difficult to say. I mean, no, really, because I think, you know, that is a psychological reaction tends to be that if you start blacking out bits of the past, you tend to, well, it's easier probably to black the loss out. And I have very happy memories which occasionally come flickering back in a very nice way, but I'm afraid any sort of lasting good memories go alongside any thoughts about John Cannon, because that's the only way I can keep a sort of mental balance.
Do you have any thoughts on the man himself?
Not really, no. I mean, he's obviously a very pathetic, sick person.
Is a life sentence too good for him?
No, I think a life sentence is the appropriate sentence if it does mean life, which I gathered, you know, means 30 years, which I would consider to be appropriate.
That brings us on to the point that we know he's been inside before for a serious rape. Do you think there's something wrong there, that he comes out and offends again?
Well, I would say that, as with a lot of these persistent offenders, it would be inevitable that he would offend again. if that was the nature of the man, and some very serious questions must be asked.
Do you feel hatred towards him?
No, I don't, but I feel very bitter towards the system that allowed him to offend again.
What about the future? Would you say you've recovered now as mentally as much as you're going to?
I really don't know, Steve. I mean, I am plodding on and you know, enjoying a reasonably happy life. Well, very happy life. I feel very lucky, as I did before all this happened. And really nothing has happened to me, as I've said in the past. It's not me people should feel sorry for.
Who should they feel sorry for?
Well, Shirley, obviously.
Richard Banks, another victim of John Cannon, clearly relieved that the case is now over. And there's a sense of relief too for the police team who'd been on the case. Over the last 18 months, the one man who got closest to Cannon was Chief Inspector Brian Saunders. He spent hours in interviews, and by the end the two men were on first-name terms. But were the police too slow off the mark when Shirley Banks went missing?
I think one thing about investigating a murder is that you do get to know the people involved very, very well. And in the early stages, you've got to check people out. That can be misunderstood. I'd like to think at this stage, in fact, I'm confident at this stage, every person who was checked out, they are aware of the reasons and the necessities of it. And in fact, it did pay dividends at the trial. And I think that's the reason we did it.
Tonight, as police close their files on the Shirley Banks murder case, there's widespread speculation that Cannon may have got off lightly. If not, then that he's got away with the murder of the missing estate agent, Susie Lamplugh. Policemen involved with that inquiry came to Bristol to question him. They'd noticed some remarkable coincidences. That Cannon had come out of prison on July the 25th, 1986, 3 days before Susie Lamplugh vanished. Then there was the mysterious Mr. Kipper, the prospective house buyer seen with Susie that day. He had a black BMW like Cannon. He was described as tall, clean-cut, good-looking. He was seen waiting, armed with champagne, a favourite technique of John Cannon. Perhaps the most intriguing point of all, when John Cannon tried to disguise Shirley Banks's Mini, he could have picked any number plate he liked. Detectives working on the Susie Lamplugh case wondered why he chose the letters SLP. At Exeter today, the officer heading the Shirley Banks inquiry played down the links between the two cases.
Throughout this investigation, lots and lots of people have asked me about Susie Lamplugh. Well, you know that the Metropolitan Police have looked into the missing girl, Susie Lamplugh. They, in fact, interviewed Cannon about it, and I know that they've spoken to you about it. My understanding is there is no evidence to connect him at the moment, and I think there the matter must rest.
And as speculation grew, Cannon's solicitor took the unusual step of issuing this statement.
I've been asked of any connection between Mr. Cannon and a Miss Lamplugh. We're all aware of the speculation there has been in the recent past. So far as my client is concerned, his instructions are that he has never met the lady. What the police position may be, I cannot say. It has never been suggested to me that any charges are likely. The only information I have is based on a press report when the Metropolitan Police confirmed that as far as they were concerned, there was no evidential link whatsoever between Mr. Cannon and Miss Lamplugh.
Scotland Yard have confirmed tonight that they will be questioning Cannon about the Susie Lamplugh case. He's always denied ever meeting her. It's worth remembering that he'd always denied meeting Shirley Banks too. One man who studied both cases is Ray Wire, the consultant from Birmingham.
There's lots of circumstantial evidence, there's lots of speculation that a person who could do what Cannon did to women and to Shirley Banks, and the way he disposed of Shirley Banks was therefore could he have done the same thing to Susie Lamplugh. And of course I would have to come out and say that there's a high probability that he could have done that. Again, we're dealing with a man who was able to function in a way that was aware of how crimes are investigated, and he, as all sadistic killers, learn by their mistakes.
Now, do you have any ambition for the future, or do you feel that you've achieved your ambitions already?
I've achieved them.
Right.
Basic, financially I've achieved them.
So you're going to cut and keel over, are you?
No, not at all. I'm just looking now, I'm in a sedimentary period where financially and career-wise I've achieved what I've wanted to achieve.
Yeah.
I'm just now looking for what the next thing to achieve.
Mm-hmm.
If John Cannon hadn't been caught for the killing of Shirley Banks, would he have carried on?
Yes. I believe so. And he would have raped. And he would have done other things. And I believe the only way it was stopped was because he was caught.
Would he have devised an elaborate plan to stay one step ahead of the police?
As a serial rapist and the way he was operating, he learns from his mistakes. I believe he would have been planning these sorts of things even when he was in prison previously for rape.
John Cannon will never get the chance to rape again. Tonight he's in prison. He'll be there until he dies.
And with your help, we hope some criminals are about to be caught, like the killer of Sarah Payne.
Here's the man who is running perhaps the highest profile investigation in the country, Peter Kennett. Little Sarah Payne disappeared near her grandparents' home in Sussex in early July and was found dead just over 2 weeks later. There are now strong leads, and Sarah's grandfather explains for the first time what happened on the day she vanished.
We had dinner, and it was such a lovely evening that we decided to go for a walk on the beach, and which, you know, the children were very excited about because they love going on the beach. We were walking along, as you do, throw stones in, laughing, joking, and the children got a little bit fed up and they said to Sarah, "Mummy, can we go and play on the swing?" Which is a field just at the back of my house. And they'll run off as children do, laughing and jumping and skipping. The little ones were playing dinosaurs. And Sarah said that she was going home. She didn't want to play anymore. Well, she went across the field out into the road. Lee went diagonally opposite to cut through the edge to jump out on her. She wasn't there. It was that quick.
It's impossible to say exactly what happened to Sarah. It's most likely that she was assaulted and murdered very soon after the abduction, and it's likely that it was carried out in a vehicle which would have been parked in a lay-by or just off the road in an isolated spot, but somewhere probably not too far from where Sarah was abducted.
I can virtually remember every day what things that happened. Every day the press was turning up. I mean, I've never been in front of a television camera before in my life. We had to do it for Sarah's sake. I suppose it was probably a week had gone by, 10 days had gone by. And we started talking, and I said, I think we better prepare ourselves for the worst.
Police searching for the missing 8-year-old Sarah Payne have found the body of a little girl in West Sussex.
My mobile went, and the wife said, I think you better come home. I said to Mike, you've got to get home, mate. He looked at me and I looked at him. He said, oh God. And we drove home and we went into the driveway and there was 2 police cars there. And I was in the garden. We walked into the garden and the look, he just knew. He knew. I found her.
The stretch of the A29 where Sarah was buried is a very nondescript piece of road. It's that part that is between the Brinsbury Agricultural College and the Tote Cafe. On that Saturday evening at about 11 o'clock, a lorry driver who was driving a 7.5-ton curtain-sided truck could well have seen the murderer of Sarah Payne. A vehicle pulled out from the exact spot where Sarah had been buried, and it caused this lorry driver to brake sharply to avoid it. There's little doubt in my mind that the murderer had just buried Sarah. That driver could have also taken the registration number of the car down. Now, wouldn't that be wonderful? It's possible that the killer of Sarah may well have been driving in the area. One particular location that is of interest is the Texaco garage at Buck Barn, which is at the junction of the A24 and the A272. I appeal to any witnesses that were in the area at that time. Did you see a man that was nervous, agitated, sweating, perhaps dirty from having dug a grave? Did you see him in a vehicle? If you did, please contact the programme. It's vital that we speak to you. It's likely that the killer returned to where he buried Sarah on that Sunday morning after Sarah was murdered. At the Tote Cafe, there was a car boot sale. Lots of people attended. Now, at that stage, of course, we hadn't found Sarah, so you may have seen something suspicious and not even connected it with the Sarah Payne missing person inquiry. So please rack your brains. Think, were you there? Did you see anything suspicious? That stretch of road is used a lot by bikers. Were you on that run on the 2nd of July? These witnesses, who we have yet to trace, could well hold the key to this inquiry, to finding the murderer of Sarah Payne.
I've got photographs of them from birth right up to just before she went missing, I think. So, I mean, she loved dressing up. She loved writing little notes to everybody. The last note she wrote to us before she went out that door was, Mrs. L. Payne, which is the wife, I love you so, so, so much. It was weird. Just a few weeks ago, they come down and laid 4 breakfast plates out. And the wife said to me, there's only 3. There is somebody out there who knows what happened to Sarah. They know. And I plead with all my heart for them to get in contact. Because please don't let that happen to another little girl.
Peter, it must be a hugely emotional inquiry for you and the team.
As was the reconstruction. The first time I saw that was yesterday at a briefing down in Littlehampton Police Station. The entire team were there, 40 detectives. As soon as that started, you could have heard a pin drop. I was not the only person to have tears in my eyes and dabbing them with a handkerchief. It does highlight the bravery of Terry Payne, and particularly the Payne family, who have been absolutely marvellous throughout this entire inquiry.
So many people around the country, you know, dabbed their eyes with a handkerchief when they heard about what happened, and so many people have tried to help. Now, surely everybody who could help has already tried to.
We are still missing witnesses. We are, for example, there were 2 horse riders on the beach on that Saturday, the 1st of July. There are also children by the swings that we need to see. A number of witnesses there.
Tell us what that beach is called, Marky. Most people don't know the name of the beach that you go and visit, I suppose.
It's Kingston Gorse Beach, which is a beach between Littlehampton and Worthing.
So children as well, who may not be watching this programme because they're in bed, but you want parents to look back in their diaries, 1st of July.
So look in your diaries, in your calendars for the 1st of July and ask the children, were you there? Were you on that beach?
Now, there have been all sorts of strange sightings as well. I know that there's one bonfire in particular that you're trying to find out more about.
Yes, there was some hardboard and MDF wood that was on a bonfire which had been taken from a van. It was there for 3 days. The bonfire wasn't lit, and the wood was was taken.
Salvaged. I mean, probably
salvaged.
Entirely
Absolutely,
innocently.
yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So you want whoever salvaged that plywood or whatever it was to let you know.
Forward, yes,
where is that wood now?
Absolutely.
And it
yes.
might be connected. Might have forensic clues on it, of course. And if it did come from a van, somebody would have refitted the interior of a van or a vehicle like a van on the 1st or 2nd of July.
Yes, in that Littlehampton, Angmering, Rustington area.
So anybody was asked to do that, please call.
Absolutely, yes.
A shoe, one of Sarah's shoes, a little ladybird shoe, size 234 or 34, was found in Coolham near the Chelsea Arms. You've never found the rest of her clothing?
We haven't, no, and we're still searching for it now, and we're desperate to find it.
This is an identical dress to the one that she was wearing. So if you found that or anything like that, let us know, please. Or a spade like this that was used to dig the little grave. This might have all been burned off by now. This is plastic, but of course that part, the blade, would still be there. And it had some damage to the right-hand corner.
It did. It's a lady's border spade, 14 centimetres wide.
OK, there's a substantial reward as well.
£150,000.
So please, any way that you can help this, but leave this to the Sussex area, please, and try and be specific about calls. Please ring us in the studio on our free phone number 0500 600 600. It's on the screen for most of the show. You can call the Instant Room direct, that's a local rate call, 0845 60 70 999.
On Saturday, July the 1st, 2000, 8-year-old schoolgirl Sarah Payne was snatched from the street in front of her grandparents' house at Littlehampton in West Sussex. For the next fortnight, the whole of the UK was gripped as the police desperately searched for the little girl.
Everybody wants to find that child because a missing child is every parent's worst nightmare.
But Sarah would never be found. She had been abducted and murdered by a 41-year-old convicted paedophile called Roy Whiting.
This was a girl he didn't know, who fell into the hands of what could only be described as a monster.
Whiting was the #1 suspect, but the police had no evidence and had to release him back into the public.
I mean, I had nightmares about it. I literally had nightmares over the first few weeks. What happens if he takes the third child?
The whole of the UK wanted to see justice served upon Roy Whiting, one of Britain's most evil killers. It was a news story that broke hearts across the nation. When the body of Sarah Payne was found on the 17th of July 2000, it brought the search for the 8-year-old girl to a devastating end. She had been missing for over 2 weeks after being snatched from the street by a known paedophile called Roy Whiting. The search for the blonde schoolgirl had captivated the whole of Britain.
Soft, gentle little girl. She hasn't got a horrible bone in her body. Somebody out there must have seen her. They must have seen her on that road. They must have seen her.
Sky News anchorman Jeremy Thompson was just one of those following the story.
The scale of the search was huge right across the country. Everybody was looking for Sarah Payne, hoping that they might help police to find her. In the end, of course, as so often happens in these sort of cases, the perpetrator was right under the police's nose, just a few miles away from where Sarah Payne had gone missing.
It was a case that affected everyone involved, including lead detective Martin Underhill.
That picture shows innocence. It also shows happiness. Those eyes, those beautiful eyes that are smiling at you, actually, they show completeness. And all that was taken away. And her photo will live forever.
The murderer, 41-year-old Roy Whiting, had long been suspected as her killer. But it took over 7 months to gather all the evidence needed to finally put him behind bars.
He was a loser, he was a loner, and he'll always be remembered for the wrong reasons, which is he was a monster who killed a little girl.
This killer's story begins almost 60 years ago. Whiting was born on January the 26th, 1959, in Horsham in West Sussex, and he grew up in nearby Crawley.
It was a family that was beset by quite a lot of tragedy. So there were 6 children and 3 of them died in infancy. So an awful lot of trauma to cope with quite early on in his life.
Life for the young man didn't get any easier. Whiting's parents, George and Pamela, divorced when he was in his teens.
Roy Whiting left school without any qualifications whatsoever. He was somebody who didn't really get along in school. He wasn't particularly academic. He didn't really fit in at all, whether socially or in terms of his studies. So he was always a bit of an outcast.
Whiting was clearly a bit of an oddball, a loner. Friends described him as a bit of a Billy No-Mates.
When you combine that with the insecure attachments he had within the family, that the lack of relationship with his mother, the disrupted relationship with his father, it does start to write a bit of a script.
As he entered adulthood, Whiting found a passion for cars, and he began working in a local garage.
In 1986, he married a woman he'd met when she was working as an attendant at a petrol station, and they had a child together, but they separated very soon after the birth of that child and ended up getting divorced.
By 1990, 31-year-old Whiting was living alone in his hometown of Crawley.
It's pretty clear to me that Whiting developed an increasing interest in young girls in their early years. And he, I'm sure, fought to some extent to control that obsession.
Pedophilia is actually a sexual social disorder that manifests itself in deviant behavior. That's what it is. It's like you have a disturbance of sexual disorder in your brain, and instead of doing nothing about it, you go and you attack kids.
I think he probably recognized it in himself, but didn't quite know how to handle it. And so I think you got that classic mental conflict that afflicts paedophiles, and indeed affects serial killers. Part of them thinks, I want to do it, and part of them thinks, no, you mustn't.
But Whiting struggled to control his depraved urges.
Eyewitnesses, neighbours, people in the vicinity where he lived talked later about how they believed that he was seen quite often scouting for girls, as somebody said. That around school-going at home time, that he would set off in his van and head off to local schools to see what he could see.
So he's probably doing two things at this point in time. He's fantasizing about what he would do if he was on his own with one of these children. He's also identifying vulnerabilities. He's getting familiar with this victim group. He really is a predator getting ready to pounce on his prey.
At the age of 36, Whiting couldn't resist his urges any longer.
On the 4th of March 1995, he gave in to what you might, I suppose, describe as the wolf within him, and abducted a young girl.
He literally scooped her up off the street, took her away to a wooded area where he sexually assaulted her. So this was a really horrendous crime.
Soon after the abduction, Whiting had sold his car to avoid detection, but the police soon tracked it down, and forensic evidence within left them with little doubt.
It became abundantly clear to the police that this was indeed the car in which the poor girl had been abducted. They arrested and charged Whiting with a sexual attack on a young girl.
In June 1995, Roy Whiting was sentenced to just 4 years in prison for the kidnap and assault of a 9-year-old girl.
Before he went to trial, a psychiatrist examined him and came to the conclusion that Whiting was not a paedophile, that this was a one-off event and that he was very unlikely to reoffend. While he was in prison, however, there was a second psychiatric report which suggested that not only was he likely to reoffend again, but he was certain to, effectively, that this was a man who was obsessed with young girls.
Whiting served just 2.5 years off his sentence, and in 1997 he was back on the streets, albeit with a mark against his name.
He was one of the first people to be placed on what was then a new thing called the Sex Offenders Register. Registered sex offenders have to be known to the police, and where they live is important, and there has to be an accurate record of them, and they have to report to the police on a regular basis.
Whiting didn't return to Crawley and instead headed for Littlehampton on the south coast of England.
Well, after leaving prison, Roy Whiting moved to a seaside town, a town full of families, a town full of children, and this was no accident. And essentially he tried to blend in on a superficial level in terms of jobs, in terms of appearing to be an average guy. But this wasn't going to last because he was very intent that he was going to offend again.
They know they can never curb the urge. They can postpone the urge for years, but they will come again and they will attack again.
He was quite, I think, ashamed of who he was. He didn't like himself very much, and he wanted to exert power, he wanted to exert control, and that's what turned him into the predator he became.
On July the 1st, 2000, Sarah and Michael Payne had taken their 4 children to Kingston Gorse in Littlehampton to visit family. It would be a day that would change their lives forever. In the late evening, 8-year-old Sarah was playing with her brothers and sister in a field opposite her grandparents' home when she suddenly vanished.
It seemed that Sarah was a few yards behind the others and they were out playing, and suddenly they looked round and she was no longer there. She disappeared. It was well into the evening before the family got concerned enough, after they'd searched themselves, before they raised the alarm.
Sarah's older brother Lee told police that he saw a man in a white van speeding away just after losing sight of his sister. There was a real possibility that she'd been snatched.
This was something that happened very, very quickly. It was a real blitz abduction. There was no grooming, there was no kind of manipulation. It was something that happened very, very fast.
The best advice we had was that a child abducted by a paedophile will be dead within 6 hours.
The police had to work fast. They needed to track down the man in the white van. Their hope was he would lead them to the 8-year-old girl and Sarah Payne could be brought home alive. On Saturday, July the 1st, 2000, 8-year-old Sarah Payne had been snatched from just outside her grandparents' home in Littlehampton, West Sussex. Her distraught family dialed 999.
The call came in at 9 p.m. on a Saturday night, and by 10, the balloon had gone up. And that's a policing term for you escalate it right to the top, to the assistant chief constable, the deputy chief constable. The balloon goes up. Everybody's called in. And within 2 hours of Sarah Payne going missing, there were over 100 cops involved in the case.
Officers searched through the night, but by morning they had no luck. As news broke across the country, the media reached Littlehampton in their droves.
It's possible if she moved some distance that she could still be hidden somewhere, but we do have to consider there is a growing possibility that she has been abducted. Time is still of the essence, and for that reason we are prioritising that line of inquiry.
It was probably 24 hours after the little girl was reported missing that police started to put out word that they were concerned that there was a missing girl, which has the effect of recruiting the general public to be out there as extra eyes and ears to perhaps keep an eye out for this little girl and to search for her. I'm sure in the first 24 hours most people were looking in the vicinity of the grandparents' home thinking, well, she's just got herself lost, she's wandered into the woods, she's in the field, or she's wandered off down the road. And it would have been only slowly that the concern would have started to dawn that perhaps she'd been abducted rather than just wandered off and got lost.
The police only had one lead to work with. Sarah's 13-year-old brother had seen a man behind the wheel of a white van driving away from the scene of the abduction.
He was very clear that Sarah fell over and cut her knee. She ran diagonally across the field to go back to Nana, because Nana was at the end of the field. Her house overlooked it. So Sarah runs across the field. Lee thinks, I'm going to get in trouble because I'm the oldest child. I need to supervise this. Sarah disappeared into a hedge. When Lee came out through the same hedge, seconds later, there was no Sarah and there was a white van driving along the road.
As the police searched for potential suspects, the hunt for Sarah continued.
Within a couple of days, I can remember the scale of this story starting to escalate quite rapidly. The way the police were describing this, they were really concerned. In other words, abduction quite quickly had become a possibility. And they were asking the public to help, and very soon the public around the area in West Sussex were out in quite big numbers, sort of combing fields and woods and trying to look for this girl.
Within a couple of hours, we had over 100 police officers involved, and by the Sunday morning and Sunday afternoon, there were 500 police officers involved, and by the Tuesday, so three or 4 days into the incident, there were over 1,000 police officers involved. So at one stage, 1 in 3 police officers in Sussex were working on this case. It was staggering.
Everybody wants to help. Nobody wants to see a child missing. Everybody wants to find that child, because a missing child is every family, every parent's worst nightmare.
A school photograph of a smiling Sarah Payne was splashed across front pages in a bid to try and find the little girl.
That photo of her in her school uniform just swept the world. And I think there's not many things as a police officer, after all the service I've had and the murders I've investigated, that shocked me. I was really surprised to see so many satellite vans outside Littlehampton police station, from Japan, New Zealand, America, Sweden, Norway. Every country in the world sent a satellite van to report on this case.
As the search continued, the police were focusing their efforts on one suspect in particular. Just 24 hours after Sarah Payne's abduction, they had visited with a local man who had been placed on the sex offenders register 3 years previously, 41-year-old Roy Whiting.
We knew where he lived, and he was being regularly visited by our sex offender team. He didn't have a white van, though. He was clearly the most appropriate person to look at because of what he did in Crawley a few years before, where he'd abducted a child and then sexually abused her. The only bit of the jigsaw missing was the white van. And of course, when the officers finally traced Whiting on the Sunday afternoon, less than 24 hours after the abduction, there was the white van that no one knew he'd just bought from Southampton.
They chatted to him. He said he'd been at a fun fair in Hove, just down the coast, at the time that Sarah went missing, and so he couldn't have possibly been anywhere near the scene.
I think that the way that he actually told that lie, the fact he had the confidence to tell that lie, that suggests to me that he thought he was going to get away with this. He thought the police wouldn't dig too deeply.
But as they left, they both said, I'm not very happy about this. Let's keep an eye on him and see what he does. And they sat in their police car outside the address. Literally minutes later, Whiting comes out and goes to the white van and goes to open the door, and out falls a receipt.
The two detectives immediately got out of their car and headed back towards Whiting for a closer look at the receipt. It was from a petrol station on a road far from Hove, dated Saturday, July the 1st, the day Sarah Payne had been abducted.
The receipt clearly shows that he lied, because the A24 is several miles north of the A27. He's going towards Crawley, and it's nowhere near Hove. So that small receipt falling out of the door as the officers stepped up to question him again, the second time they've spoken to him, showed, one, he lied about where he was on Saturday night, and two, that he'd been in a different location to where he said he was. And those officers made a very brave decision to arrest him on suspicion of abduction.
Police seized the white van for forensic testing, and Whiting was taken in for questioning. But he wasn't telling the detectives anything.
We know you're a paedophile, and we know you lied about where you were Saturday night. But of course we didn't have Sarah. We didn't know if she was alive or dead. We didn't know where she was. And he was going no comment. So the inevitable happened. We had to release him.
Throughout, he doesn't explain at any point to the police, doesn't help the police with their inquiries. He does his best to conceal his guilt. He does in no way tries to alleviate any of the suffering that Sarah and Michael Payne were going through. Heartless would be a pleasant way of describing Whiting.
At a press conference on Monday, July the 3rd, 2 days after her disappearance, Sarah Payne's parents made an emotional appeal for her safe return.
We need a home now, today, as quickly as we possibly can. She's our life.
The thing that impressed everybody and the thing that made people cry in the room was her undying belief, her unswerving belief that Sarah was coming home. And every day, in every press briefing, she spoke to Sarah and said, "We were coming, we know you're there, we love you." I mean, I'm getting emotional doing it now. And she did that day in, day out for a long time. And it was hugely emotional, and it was also hugely genuine. People saw it for what it was, and it was incredible, actually.
Sarah, if you're watching, Mummy loves you. And we miss you. And we're looking for you, darling, and we're going to find you. Okay? We're going to find you.
2 weeks passed without any sign of Sarah Payne. Chances of finding the missing 8-year-old girl were becoming slim.
As long as there's no news, there's always hope that a child who's vanished will be found again. But as every policeman and expert will tell you, if they're not found within the first 24 or 48 hours, there is a law of diminishing returns. The chances of finding them alive and well start to reduce quite radically. Everybody was desperate that this bonny little child who they'd seen in pictures, who they'd heard from the parents, they'd heard from her brothers and her sister, they all wanted her to come home safe, but you knew that behind that people's hopes were finding it hard to maintain hope. The longer it goes on, you know that that hope is perhaps ill-founded.
The police were certain that convicted paedophile Roy Whiting was responsible for Sarah's disappearance, but they had so far found no evidence to link him to the crime.
I lost sleep over this. I mean, this is a guy who's abducted a little girl and horribly abused her sexually. This is a man who is suspected of abducting and possibly sexually abusing another little girl who could still be alive and we can't find her. And we've got to let him go because there's not enough evidence to charge him. And what happens if he takes a third child? I mean, I had nightmares about it. I literally had nightmares over the first few weeks. But you have to work within the law. And we didn't have enough to charge him. And he was bailed and released. And a few of us held our breath. What's going to happen next?
It wouldn't take long to find out. 16 days after the disappearance of Sarah Payne, a farmhand in the town of Pulborough, 15 miles from Littlehampton, would make a discovery that the whole of Britain had been dreading. Over a fortnight after the disappearance of 8-year-old Sarah Payne, the police were sure that a local man, Roy Whiting, was responsible for her abduction. But they had no solid evidence to prove it. As the search continued for the missing schoolgirl, breaking news on July the 17th, 2000, confirmed what everyone had been dreading.
Then came that day that we'd all feared. I'm sure the whole country had feared. The police announced that they had found the body of what they believed was a child about 30 feet away from a relatively main trunk road, the A29, partially covered just off a footpath. And I think we all held our breath collectively in news studios, in newsrooms and around the country and homes right across the nation, hoping that it wasn't the worst, but fearing that it probably was.
The first thing I can confirm with you now is, as a result of the post-mortem that was carried out in the early hours of this morning, this is now a murder inquiry. The second thing that you will obviously be wishing to anticipate is that we have been able to identify that the body in the field half a mile from here is Sarah Payne's.
That was a black day for the inquiry and a black day for the country, really, because everyone was still living in hope of the little girl coming home, and she didn't come home. She was found lying dead in a field, and she deserved better than that.
Sarah had been found in a shallow grave on the edge of a farmer's field.
Experts believe that the burial site where Sarah's body was found was dug by Roy Whiting very soon after he'd murdered her. So here is a sexual offender who wants to get this all over with very quickly. And it's almost as if he's just closing that chapter, saying, right, that's done, I'm moving on. There's absolutely no sense of remorse, no sense of empathy with Sarah whatsoever. He's got what he wanted and he's finished.
There was no forensic evidence on Sarah's body, so once again the police were left frustrated. They had a receipt that proved that Roy Whiting was in the region at the time, but that was all. They needed some hard evidence, and a 999 call soon gave them that.
The day that her body was found, that prompted the lady to pick up the phone and say, I should have told you before, but I saw a child's shoe at the Coolham Crossroads, and that shoe transformed the case.
This innocuous tip-off led police to the small hamlet of Coolham in West Sussex, just 8 miles from where Sarah's body had been discovered. They were certain the shoe could help unlock the case, and about 150 metres from the road where it had first been spotted, they found it, discarded in a field.
That was a very emotional time, because Sarah and her family were just coming to terms with losing Sarah. And then you do what every cop dreads to do, which is walk in with a plastic bag, an evidence bag, and say, I'm sorry, but is this yours? And we realised the significance of what we had. We had a man who was going no comment, we had a man that we just didn't have enough to charge, and suddenly we found the shoe as a direct route from the petrol station to where she was found murdered. Hugely important and very emotional for the family to say, oh my God, that's my daughter's shoe.
The small, child-sized 13 shoe was sent off for forensic testing. Martin was confident they would find something they could use as evidence.
It was a Velcro shoe. And Velcro is one of the most aggressive forensic capturers you'll ever find. A piece of Velcro will grab hundreds of things a day. And that's what this did. This strap on this girl's shoe had literally hundreds of fibres, bits of grass, bits of earth, hair.
The number one suspect, Roy Whiting, had moved back to his hometown of Crawley and was living with his father. Rumours of his involvement in Sarah's murder had spread like wildfire.
By this time, Whiting was known locally as a person of interest in the inquiry, indeed the possible killer of Sarah Payne, whose body has then now been discovered. Vigilantes attack Whiting's father's house. They threw bricks through the window, they shout outside, and so Whiting takes himself off and, of all unlikely things, goes to camp in a tent not all that far from the estate in Crawley where he abducted the girl in 1995.
Feeling the pressure, Whiting's next move was a bizarre one.
Whiting is clearly tormented, and during this period of the summer of 2000, he decides to steal a car.
And then when the police went to stop him, he drove off at speed and in fact drove down a road the wrong way, and a high-speed chase ensued.
Faster and faster, Whiting, driving this rather tired Vauxhall as quickly as he can, eventually crashes it into another car. He's caught by the police who chased him, and of course is charged with stealing the vehicle.
This really is quite kind of out of control. It's quite reckless. And it's because he's not thinking that far ahead. He hasn't actually considered the eventuality that he needs to get away. And when he does realise that that's a possibility, he does the most ludicrous things because he hasn't got a plan.
On July the 23rd, 2000, Roy Whiting was arrested and charged with dangerous driving. He would have to remain in custody until his hearing.
And that was an amazing moment for me, because the risk level, the threat to the public disappeared. And we knew we had him. And all I had to do was keep that man in prison until we could prove he killed or abducted Sarah Payne.
Whiting's time in custody would give detectives the chance to build a case against him. They knew that if they were going to arrest him for Sarah's murder, they had to get it right.
Whilst he's in prison, police go back and re-examine his white Fiat van. Bear in mind, a white van had been seen in the lane where Sarah had gone missing. And they find in it, eventually, through very, very meticulous forensic testing, a blonde hair. The blonde hair was a 10 million to 1 shot that it had to be Sarah Payne. There was really very little forensic doubt.
The blonde hair discovered on Whiting's sweatshirt was a huge breakthrough in the case, and more strong evidence was still to come from the forensic teams.
We found fibres in that shoe which linked Whiting to the shoe and linked the shoe to Sarah. I think it was the icing on the cake for the case. It was the missing piece of the jigsaw. And then we had him. And we had him big time.
And slowly they were able to build a strong enough case against Roy Whiting to charge him with the abduction and murder of Sarah Payne.
It felt good, actually. I just kept thinking, you can't do this anymore now. We're not going to let you do this anymore, because it's not okay, what you did. And then the hard work started. We had to get the case to trial.
On February the 6th, 2001, while serving 22 months for the car theft, Roy Whiting was arrested in his prison cell and charged with the abduction and murder of Sarah Payne, 7 months after the disappearance of the schoolgirl.
Soon after being arrested in Kent this morning, Roy Whiting was driven in a people carrier back to Sussex. As he arrived at Bognor police station, an egg was thrown at the vehicle by one of several onlookers.
I got home and cried. That was the culmination of months of work to not just deliver for Sarah's family. I'd built a relationship with the Payne family. I respected the Payne family, and they deserved us doing this. They deserved justice. And so lots of emotions going through me. I've done this for the Payne family. I've also done this for the public, because by charging this monster, we're keeping a third kid safe.
But Roy Whiting wasn't going to go down without a fight. The 42-year-old was going to deny all the charges against him. His trial was set for November 2001. He was going to plead not guilty to the murder of Sarah Payne. In November 2001, 42-year-old Roy Whiting was on trial at Lewis Crown Court for the murder of schoolgirl Sarah Payne. He'd entered a plea of not guilty. Detectives hoped that the 3 key pieces of evidence they had would be enough to convince the jury to put him behind bars forever.
When you look at the Cooling shoe, and when you look at the red sweatshirt, I mean, there was a lot of either luck or fluke in the way this case came together, because we only found out months into the inquiry that he spent Sunday morning steam cleaning the back of that van. Now, we'll never know because he's never spoken to us. Why didn't he steam clean the front of the van? If he'd steam cleaned the front of the van as well, the red sweatshirt would have gone, and we would have lost a crucial piece of evidence, arguably the most important bit of evidence against Roy Whiting. And the Buck Barn receipt, I mean, he could have just thrown that away at the time. The chance of it falling out on the floor and an officer saying, "What's that? Let me look at it," was incredible. All those 3 things came together to create a pretty convincing piece of evidence, but it's never lost on me that actually all those 3 things could have disappeared and we would never have solved that case.
Prosecutor Timothy Langdale QC came up against a wall of denial from Whiting.
Well, his defence, to put it bluntly, was, I didn't do it, and I've no idea how there would be a hair of Sarah Payne's on anything in my van, and I'm not responsible for her death.
The judge had ruled the jury were not allowed to know about Whiting's previous conviction for sexual abuse on a child in 1995, which made the case against him harder to prove. It was an emotional 19 days in the courtroom.
I think one of the most moving moments of the trial was when it was put to him that effectively he threw this poor innocent girl into the back of a white Ducato van, which he turned into a moving prison. It defies imagining what she must have suffered. There is no possible way anyone could forgive that kind of atrocity, that kind of depraved behaviour. This was a girl he didn't know, entirely innocent, cheerful, smiling, as every picture always showed her, who fell into the hands of what could only be described as a monster.
After 9 hours of deliberation, on Wednesday, December the 12th, 2001, the jury had reached their decision. Roy Whiting was guilty of the murder of Sarah Payne.
I can't believe for one moment that had he got off the killing of Sarah Payne, he wouldn't have returned to the same modus operandi he'd used in 1995 and 2000. It would have been a tragedy.
The 4-week trial was torturous for the Payne family, who were in the courtroom throughout.
The pressure, in particular on Sarah's mother, Sarah Payne, must have been enormous, hearing all this evidence about the terrible death of her daughter and having to sit there and listen to Whiting. And one member of the family, I seem to remember, and again one can perhaps hardly blame him, said, "May you rot in hell," or something to that effect. But that was the only time anybody gave vent to any kind of emotional response, and that was after Whiting had been convicted.
On December the 12th, 2001, Judge Mr. Justice Curtis sentenced Whiting to life imprisonment. He was sent to Wakefield Prison. It was only after the trial that Whiting's previous conviction was read out to the court.
The judge said he'd be recommending that Whiting be kept in prison for the rest of his life. This was met by the loudest cries of yes in court. Whiting was taken away to begin that sentence tonight.
This doesn't make us happy, but justice has been done. Sarah can rest in peace now. But let's make sure that this stops happening time and time again.
It's always shocking to think that somebody can be convicted of an act as awful as a paedophile attack, to be put away in prison, to be put on the sexual offenders register, and yet to be free to harm again. Not that long afterwards, 5 years later. Surely our system is better than that it should better prevent these repeat offences as Whiting managed to carry out.
The reverberations surrounding the tragic murder of Sarah Payne can still be felt today.
One thing I think in the news we tend to forget about is the aftermath of these terrible cases. And it was a long time afterwards you start to be more aware of the tragic impact that a child's abduction and murder has on all those around them, the whole family, probably friends as well. Traumatized by it, never to be the same. And in the case of the Paynes, Sarah, the mother, appeared to be very strong and pushed through her great political campaign to get legislation changed.
And to have something in this country called Sarah's Law, which was the equivalent to an American device called Megan's Law. In other words, you had the right to know where registered sex offenders lived in your area. And Sarah Payne's mother campaigned, with the help of the News of the World, to introduce this right.
But it seemed that in the struggle to do that, to compensate for the loss of her child, that immense pressures were put on the marriage with Michael, and eventually he had problems with alcoholism, mental issues, depression.
And sadly, Michael left us too early. And there's no doubt about it that the contribution of Sarah's abduction, of Whiting's murder of his daughter, and the stresses and strains that produced led to his early death. I hope he's now with Sarah.
Sarah's mother had a stroke, now walks with some considerable difficulty, and has throughout behaved with the most enormous dignity and complete grace to this utterly poisonous man. I think her behaviour has been exemplary.
I have the utmost respect for Sarah. She was incredible, and my admiration for her in the way she steered her family, her children, and her friends through this was incredible.
The abduction and murder of Sarah Payne has become one of the most infamous crimes in British history.
I think murders like this, the murder of Sarah Payne, captures so much attention because this could have been anybody's child, anybody's sister, anybody's daughter. And it's that idea of risk, that idea of stranger danger as being something that really feeds into the paranoia of parenting in contemporary society.
It was a watershed because it changed the way the police and society looked at the child abduction. I think it really brought the horror of child abduction into everyone's house for the first time. It was about the time that 24/7 TV arrived, and it was a massive case, and it still is, actually. People still talk about the Sarah Payne case. It's changed history. Her legacy is that a lot of children now are safer than they were in 2000. And that's a hell of a legacy for any person.
Since Roy Whiting has been in prison, he's been viciously attacked on 2 occasions by fellow inmates. He will be eligible for parole in 2041 at the age of 82.
I tend to think of him as being more pathetic than evil, but in the end, he did the most evil of acts. He killed another human being, and in this case, he killed an 8-year-old girl. There are a few worse crimes in our society. So he will go down as an evil man.
I think the family need closure, even now. They would want to know what happened to their daughter. There are various unanswered questions. I don't think Roy Whiting will ever speak now. And I hope he rots in hell.
The whole of Britain was heartbroken when the body of 8-year-old Sarah Payne was found in July 2000. Everyone had hoped she would return home safe, But there was to be no fairy tale ending. Thanks to persistent police work, Roy Whiting is now behind bars, and the memory and the legacy of Sarah Payne will long outlive her sick killer.
Sarah Payne, the little girl murdered on a family outing to the seaside, the 8-year-old who changed the law.
In as much as I've lost my daughter, I don't want anyone to forget her. Because if that means that one other parent doesn't go through this, then she didn't die for nothing and she's not going to be forgotten.
Police emergency, what's the problem?
I've lost my 8-year-old daughter.
What's the name of the little one that's missing?
Sarah.
It's what nightmares are made of. No police officer ever wants to work on a child murder. You know, we're all parents.
Although there was lots of circumstantial evidence, the actual cold, hard evidence that was used in court was almost totally forensic work.
You are also charged that you murdered Sarah Evelyn Isabel Payne.
She was a beautiful little girl with a really loving heart who has changed the world in her death. And I just wish she had been alive to change the world in her life.
Littlehampton, on the Sussex coast on a summer's day. It was here that Sarah and Michael Payne brought their 4 children on July the 1st, 2000.
It was a lovely day. It was sunny, it was hot. It was about 7 in the evening, I suppose. Got down to the beach and the children wanted to stay at the beach, so we stayed for a little while.
It was a day out to see their grandparents who lived a few hundred yards away. Hard to believe that what happened that day would have such shocking repercussions.
Then the boys said, could they stay? And the girls asked if they could stay. And normally I would have just said, no. The beach was empty, so I said yes, wrongly, but I said yes.
Mum and Dad left their 4 children, Sarah, her sister and 2 brothers, on the beach and went for an evening stroll, stopping off at the local pub on the way back.
I shouldn't have left her on the beach, I did. I didn't get home. As a parent, you make decisions no matter what, and you have to live with those decisions, unfortunately. But that is what I live with.
The walk back to their grandparents, Terry and Leslie, across fields and down a country lane, should have taken the children no more than a couple of minutes.
From the time we left the house to the time we got back, it was about an hour. Got back to the house and Les just looked at me in a strange way and said, "Is Sarah with you?" And I said no, and it was that immediate panic. I went up to the end of the lane, but I just sensed that she definitely wouldn't have gone any further than that. So then it was back along the lane and it was calling all the time, shouting all the time. We just kept looking. You know when you lose your child in a supermarket and you can't find them, but you kind of know they're around the next corner? It was like that, but intensified. It felt wrong. To be honest, I thought she was hurt somewhere.
Lee, the Payne's 13-year-old son, had been the last person to see Sarah as they crossed the field towards their grandparents' house. Lee said that his sister had stumbled, then disappeared from view, and he'd seen something else too.
Now Lee knows cars and he knows vans and he's got a very good memory. He said to me that he'd seen a white van.
And Lee turned out to be the best witness that we had. It was just beginning to get dusk, and Sarah was terrified of the dark. And there's no way she'd want to be outside in the dark, there's just no way. So that's when we made the call.
Police emergency, what's the problem?
I've lost my 8-year-old daughter. She's been missing about an hour and 3/4 now.
Right. Was she playing with anybody at all?
She was playing with her brothers and her little sister, and she sort of walked away from them.
And what's the name of the little one that's missing?
Sarah.
Every minute was, like a ticking clock. It was just awful. I don't think any of us slept that night. Truly believed that we would get home. In fact, I never doubted it for 1 second.
In the immediate hours after Sarah's disappearance, police were keeping an open mind. Had she just wandered off soon to be found, or had something more sinister happened? In his statement to police, Lee Payne said that not only had he seen a white van, he also gave a description of what the driver looked like. It was a man, unshaven, with yellow teeth, and wearing a check shirt.
At that time I was a detective inspector in the Littlehampton area and had responsibility for a range of functions, including gathering intelligence on criminals and the management of sex offenders. The briefing that I gave my team was that they were to knock on the doors of the sex offenders who might have committed an offence like this, who in those circumstances tend to be very compliant. They'll do what they're told. Ask them where they were when Sarah had gone missing, and hopefully, with their consent, actually get into their flat house and search it.
The day following Sarah Payne's disappearance, and a massive search was underway.
There were helicopters and police and people from the village. I think there was 200-300 volunteers, just people coming from everywhere, just to look. But I just didn't think anyone could harm her. I just felt that she would have talked anyone out of hurting her.
Sunday evening, and police knocked on the front door of a 41-year-old car mechanic who lived a few hundred yards from the Littlehampton seafront. Police wanted to know his whereabouts when Sarah had gone missing. His name was Roy Whiting.
He said he'd been in Littlehampton. He travelled across to the Brighton Hove area to a fun fair and had then travelled straight back. But the sort of answers that he was giving were very nervous ones. So they came away and just went round the corner and telephoned my sergeant, who telephoned me. In the meantime, Whiting came out from his address, went round the corner to South Terrace, the seafront road, to a white van.
Whiting had bought the white Fiat van just a few days before Sarah's disappearance. Police also had doubts about his alibi, which didn't seem to add up. He claimed he'd driven straight back from Brighton, yet in his van was a receipt from a petrol station putting him 10 miles north of the route he said he had taken to get home.
On what basis did we arrest him? Nervousness on his part. He gave us an alibi that we weren't happy with. So we were stretching things as it was to get him in custody.
But there was another reason why Roy Whiting was a suspect. In 1995, Whiting had been convicted for an indecent assault on an 8-year-old girl in Crawley, 35 miles away. Cruising around the town on a winter's afternoon, he had bundled the girl into his car before taking her to a wooded area and assaulting her. He'd then dropped her home. Roy Whiting was well known to Paul Williams. He had interviewed him in Littlehampton when he was released from prison after serving half of his 5-year sentence.
This is a man who had committed a serious predatory offence against a little girl. He just had no appreciation or understanding, really, of what he'd done, why he had done it, and whether he would do it again.
After his release, Whiting had been seen hanging around a local swimming pool. Police put him under surveillance in case he tried to commit another offence.
My conclusion was that he posed a significant risk. I didn't put it in terms of high, medium or low. There had to be a chance that he would do that again.
We weren't involved, and we're
Roy Whiting was just one of hundreds of sex offenders questioned about Sarah Payne's disappearance. Desperate to find her, her parents appealed to whoever might be holding their daughter.
Let her go.
Let her go.
Or if you know that someone's got an extra child somehow, or
yeah,
or whatever,
you know,
get in touch with your local police. You know,
look around you, everybody just look around you.
As Sarah's parents made their appeal, Roy Whiting was being questioned.
Right, well, Whiting gets interviewed. The problem is there's not a great deal to interview him about. We've still just got a missing girl.
How far away from her were you in your vehicle when you first saw her? No comment. What side of the road was she walking on? No comment. At what stage did you decide that you were gonna take her? No comment. I mean, was it a planned thing, or was it an instantaneous act? What was it like? No comment.
Over 3 days of questioning, Roy Whiting maintained a defiant no comment. There was nothing the police could do.
My experience has led me to absolutely know there's only one way to investigate something, and that is to keep an open mind at all times.
No. Is there anything that you don't understand about what I've asked you over the past few days? No.
There was strong circumstantial evidence, but we didn't have enough evidence to charge him.
Roy Whiting was released, but police kept hold of his van. They wanted to carry out forensic tests on its contents. Meanwhile, the search for the missing 8-year-old, Sarah Payne, carried on.
It just didn't feel right, it just felt wrong. They were just loud and noisy, just a normal family, and 2 boys, 2 girls. And so they were kind of like, why haven't you got her back yet? You're the person that we trust. Why isn't she home? And I couldn't answer, and I just kept saying, she'll be home soon, she'll be home soon. That's all I could say.
July the 4th, 2000. It was now 72 hours since Sarah Payne had gone missing while on a day out to the Sussex coast with her family. The search for the 8-year-old girl was now nationwide and becoming increasingly desperate. There were even reports that she had been sighted more than 200 miles away in Cheshire.
I walked in on day 3 of the inquiry, and that's when I first met Sarah. There was no margin for error with Sarah Payne. Her daughter was alive, end of. We've got just over 500 actions now, so that's 500 different jobs that we've gone out to do in trying to find Sarah. None of us were ever allowed to talk about anything other than Sarah coming home alive.
We always imagined, every time we looked at a camera, that Sarah was looking back. And that if she could see doubt in our mind, she would worry and she'd be scared. We're trying to stay as positive as we possibly can, you know? And Sarah, if you're watching, Mummy loves you. And we miss you. And we're looking for you, darling, and we're going to find you. Okay? We're going to find you. And you'll be home. You'll be home, darling.
Yeah, I'm still hopeful. We've got to try and keep our spirits up in some way.
Well, I remember when we walked out the press conference, a police officer in an informal chat really made reference to the fact, I think he used the words, God forbid if the worst has happened. And Sarah had absolutely exploded and said, you know, don't ever talk about that in front of me.
Wouldn't allow anyone to say that anywhere near me. If that's your thought, go away, take it away. I don't need anything negative or anything nasty. She doesn't need to see that, and I don't need to hear it, because I didn't want that getting through to her.
Codenamed Operation Maple, the search for Sarah Payne was and still is the biggest investigation that Sussex Police has ever mounted, bigger even than the Brighton bomb. Nearly 1/3 of its officers were involved in the hunt for the missing schoolgirl.
It was a massive job, no question about it, massive. And it cost £3 million, which is a significant amount of money. I would do briefings in the morning with detectives, and there'd be 90 officers.
Following his initial arrest and questioning, Roy Whiting left Littlehampton. He remained the prime suspect and his van was still being examined, but police lacked any firm evidence to link him with Sarah Payne's disappearance. Whiting returned to Crawley, scene of his earlier offence against an 8-year-old girl, to live with his father. He was now under round-the-clock surveillance.
The primary reason for putting him under surveillance was that if Sarah was alive, he could lead us to her. She could have been in a building somewhere, locked up in a caravan somewhere. He also could have got rid of the clothes or some other evidence. I didn't want him to leave the country. I wanted to know where he was 24 hours a day.
As with all major hunts for missing children, police were running the media campaign, hoping that the daily coverage would jog someone's memory. But that meant coming up with new angles and fresh stories to keep Sarah Payne's disappearance in the public eye.
I said to her, we're playing a game here. We have got to keep this in the news. It gets your daughter back, it solves my inquiry. Every day we need a new angle to this, Sarah, otherwise we'd stop going on the TV.
I knew that this was the only way to keep Sarah in people's hearts and minds. And until she was brought home, that's exactly what I was going to do.
Sarah, if you're watching, please come home. Family's not the same without you. There's just a massive gap in between everybody.
Our little princess has been not with us for 2 whole weeks now. We miss her terribly. Every day gets a little bit harder. Every hour gets a little bit harder.
What I had to do was I had to give everyone looking into a TV set and everyone reading a paper my daughter. And that's what I did, because I knew it was the only way I could make people want to help. I didn't want them to see a child on the screen in front of them and think, oh, I wanted them to become part of it. I wanted them to hurt as much as I was hurting, so that they searched as hard as I searched.
Ironically, just as we were running out of ideas to keep it in the news, Sarah's body was found.
On Monday morning, July the 17th, 2000, in a field opposite Brinsbury College, 15 miles from Littlehampton, came reports of the discovery of a little girl's body.
I was at Littlehampton Police Station with most of my team at that point, and we heard that a body had been found just off the A29 road. A member of the public had been walking through the field and had stumbled across a body in a shallow grave. So I gathered my team together and we sped up there, and I initially took charge of the scene.
And the way it was explained to me was that her body's been found, it's a little girl, and Sarah's the only one that's missing. Oh, it was just, and it's like slow motion. I can still see it all in like this slow motion with no sound. And really, to be honest, I don't think I really had time to absorb it or take it in. Sarah had not been buried very well. She had been exposed to the elements for 17 days. And what was there wasn't a small child. That's the only way I can put it.
It's what nightmares are made of. No police officer ever wants to work on a child murder. It's, you know, we're all parents. Right from the start, despite Sarah's emotive pleas and fantastic, heartfelt belief that her daughter was alive, most of us knew she wasn't. And so we were already gearing up for the scenario of Sarah being found dead long before that body was found.
It was now a murder inquiry. A hunt for a killer, a search for evidence and clues, however small.
The body was just over there, 5 yards away. There was a full forensic team. There was every ologist known to man that was here just to try and get some sort of forensic evidence. One of the saddest days ever.
Following the discovery of Sarah's body, the public's response threatened to overwhelm the investigation.
We had 1,000 messages coming in a day from the public. I couldn't possibly read 1,000 messages, so we had a team of detectives prioritising those messages into ABC. Everybody wants to help. You've got to sort out the wood from the trees.
Amid all the less useful information coming in, much of it just tying up resources, one find was to prove hugely significant. Deborah Bray lived 3 miles away from the murder scene.
2 days after Sarah had disappeared, there was a little shoe in the middle of the road, which was brand new, and it alerted me. I thought some little one from Coolham School had probably thrown it out the car window. And it must have been there 3 or 4 days when it wasn't there anymore. I assumed that maybe someone had picked it up.
2 weeks later, and Deborah Bray heard on the radio about the discovery of Sarah's body in a nearby field, and recalled seeing the little shoe in the middle of the road.
When the body was found, I rang the police straight away, and whoever it was on the phone said, "Oh, well, can you go and see?" I walked down the road looking for the shoe and found it in amongst the grass under the hedge, quite a way in. So it had been knocked quite away by cars passing. It took quite a lot of looking for. I picked it up very gingerly with my little finger and took it back to the car, and then drove to Brinsbury, where I knew the police were.
It would be several weeks before anyone realised the significance of what Deborah Bray had found.
I'm a senior forensic biologist in the Forensic Science Service, and I deal with usually offences against the person, so murder, rape, and in this case, the abduction of a little girl.
Like the police, Ray Chapman and his team were overwhelmed with information. And at first, the hunt for clues seemed to be going nowhere.
There's pressure in the sense that police want things very quickly, but they also know how many items they've submitted to the laboratory. And in this case, in total, there was over 500 items submitted, so they do have some idea that things are going to have to take a little while.
July the 20th, and Sarah's family visit the site where her body was discovered.
I wanted Sarah to be remembered. I wanted everyone to remember what happened to this little girl when she went and played on a field. I didn't want her just to disappear into nothingness, and for all those people that had helped search, helped look and written to us, for them to forget.
We had pretty good information from police sources, let's make no bones about it, that this was almost certainly the work of a local predatory high-risk paedophile. The important thing was that out there were an extraordinarily large number of people who, to a greater or lesser degree, posed a threat to the safety, the welfare, even the lives of children. And so out of that evolved very quickly the idea that we should liaise with Sarah and her family and see whether or not they would want to join us in a campaign.
It was time that somebody stood up and said, if you can't keep them in prison and if you can't monitor these people, you better start letting us know that they're there.
So we took polls, we conducted some polls, and they came in at between 80 and 90% of the people who were polled who said, yes, we believe these people should be identified, they should be named, they should be shamed.
The decision to publish the names and the faces of 50 paedophiles convicted of offences against children was massively controversial. Critics accused the News of the World of inciting vigilante justice.
What do we want? Paedophiles out! Where do you want it? Now!
And sure enough, there were attacks, not just on those who had been convicted of offences against children. Innocent people were also targeted, including in South Wales, a female paediatrician whom protesters had confused as a paedophile. But the News of the World campaign touched a nerve all over the country.
I don't blame them for being angry the way that they were. I'm not surprised that they demonstrated in the way they were, and I'm not surprised they were as angry as they were. And I think, to be honest, had it been me at that time, I probably would have reacted in exactly the same way.
More than 1 million people signed a petition demanding that the government change the law disclosing the whereabouts of known paedophiles. The demands for a so-called Sarah's Law, a lasting tribute to Sarah Payne, continued. As for Roy Whiting, the prime suspect for Sarah's murder, police were about to get the break they'd been hoping for.
We're going north, speed is 70 miles an hour. We have our lights on, vehicles refusing to stop.
It was never a manhunt for Roy Whiting. From the beginning, Roy Whiting just kept coming up, was there from the start and just didn't go away.
Following the discovery of Sarah Payne's body, Roy Whiting, the prime suspect in the case, had gone on the run but was still under surveillance. He had left his father's house in Crawley, where he'd committed a previous offence against a young girl, after bricks were thrown through the window. Whiting was now sleeping rough. But in the small hours of Sunday the 23rd of July, 6 days after Sarah Payne's body had been discovered, things were to change dramatically. A white Vauxhall Nova was reported stolen in Crawley.
He was seen to go to this vehicle, he was seen to change the plates, the number plates, and then he was seen to drive off.
A patrol car was diverted to stop the Vauxhall and its driver, none other than Roy Whiting.
There's one male in it.
So a decision was made for a marked vehicle to stop him. And at that point the chase started.
In a desperate bid to get away, at one stage Whiting reversed the Vauxhall down a dual carriageway.
Down to the County Oak roundabout, reversing north. One male in it, vehicle's now going south-south. London Road on the northbound carriageway. Going south, past the BP garage. Gone down to the back of Allied Carpets.
Drove like an absolute maniac.
Carpets, down you go.
And he could cause the death of someone.
We're into the car park. Keep going. County Oak Industrial Estate. It's going a right into an unmade road. There we go. It's going down to the back of Langley Walk. We have a warning light come up on our car. We believe it might be damaged. We may have to call off this follow.
More police were now in pursuit. Whiting then dumped the stolen Vauxhall and ran off across fields, but he was then arrested by other officers.
As far as I was concerned, Whiting being arrested was manna from heaven. I was delighted to see that he was then remanded in custody because then I knew where he was going nowhere, and he couldn't abduct another child, he couldn't assault another child, or couldn't, God forbid, murder another child.
Whiting was sent to prison for the theft of the car. In custody, the police had time to question him, but they were under intense pressure to get results from the very top.
I've never worked on an inquiry where Downing Street phone up for an update, but that's what was happening. You know, every week we get a phone call saying the Prime Minister's asking what's happening with the Sarah Payne case.
And slowly but surely, the investigation was making progress. The focus was now on a minute examination of the black shoe that had been found in a hedgerow close to where Sarah's body had been buried.
The usual way of retaining fibres is to use a piece of sellotape, and then the stickiness of the tape will pick up any fibres that are on the outside of the clothing. And you can't do that with a Velcro strap because the Velcro will just hold onto the fibres. So an assistant had to sit down and carefully pick off each fibre individually using a pair of forceps. So that took quite a while, and we ended up with 200 or 300 fibres mounted up individually.
A Velcro, in my book, is the most wonderful material in the entire world for catching murderers, because the fibres stick to it like there's no tomorrow. And however the shoe is mistreated and rained upon and kicked about and run over, the fibres are still there.
On August the 31st, the funeral of Sarah Payne took place at her local church in Hersham in Surrey.
Sarah was very much a girl. She wanted dresses on and didn't like trousers. Everyone bought her pink. Her ability to forgive and her ability to love, I think, were just fantastic. When we buried her, we gave her the funeral that a princess should have, because I'd never give her the wedding that she could have. That's why the funeral became as it was.
I didn't know what to write, so I just wrote to Sarah. Dear Sarah, ever since you came bounding into our lives, 2 in the morning, with no phone in the house, 1 tooth in your head, and a smile that could melt ice, we loved you. You were a joy that made our lives full. Daddy called you Princess because that's just what you are.
Despite all the circumstantial evidence against Roy Whiting, the police still didn't have enough evidence to charge him with Sarah's murder. Hopes were pinned on the forensic scientists. They spent 5 months analysing samples taken from the Velcro on Sarah's shoe and comparing them with items found in Whiting's van. Among them, his red sweatshirt found in the front seat.
The shoe was paramount. This little tiny ladybird shoe that had been kicked up and down the road for days and days and weeks, it was the key to the conviction of Roy Whiting.
The real breakthrough was when we found a fibre on the Velcro strap that matched the fibres that made up the fabric of the red sweatshirt in the van. Now, we did that by comparing the 2 fibres under a comparison microscope. One of these slides has a sample of fibres from the red sweatshirt found in Roy Whiting's van. We put that under one side of the microscope. The other slide contains fibres picked off from the shoe, which is thought to be from Sarah Payne. So these are the fibres that were trapped on the Velcro. We put that down the other side of the comparison microscope. So what you can see on the monitor now is a red fibre taken from Sarah Payne's shoe. And on the monitor you can see the exact shade of red, and you might just be able to make out very small particles within the fibre that stop it being too shiny. On the other side, we have a fibre from the red sweatshirt that was found in Roy Whiting's van. And you can see that it's exactly the same shade of red, it's got the same cross-section, and it also has the small particles that stop the fibres becoming too shiny.
Over the next few weeks, further tests confirmed the initial results. The fibre from the shoe had come from the red sweatshirt found in Roy Whiting's van.
Each one of those processes takes 4 weeks. So you can imagine, it's not like CSI. It's a long, long, slow process, and it takes a long time. It's frustrating, and it's heart-wrenching at times.
That link between Sarah's shoe and Whiting's red sweatshirt was just the first breakthrough.
Once the red sweatshirt was indicated by the fibres, I could then go ahead and test all the hairs that we found on the sweatshirt, which amounted to 40 hairs, which is an awful lot of DNA testing to do on one item. But in the end it was worth it, because although 39 of those hairs gave no DNA profile whatsoever, one single hair gave a profile that matched fully back to Sarah Payne.
The scientific evidence was totally crucial. For the entire length of the inquiry, I've been fighting to keep an open mind, fighting everyone else to keep an open mind, but now I knew Roy Whiting had killed Sarah Payne, definitely.
On February the 6th, 2001, Roy Whiting was arrested while in prison when about to complete his sentence for the earlier theft of the car and brought back to Sussex.
It was never a case of getting anybody for murdering Sarah. I didn't want anybody in prison. I wanted to know that the person that went to prison was definitely the person, 100% sure, absolutely no doubts.
Roy William Whiting, I'm Detective Sergeant Hinchcliffe and I'm going to charge you. You are charged with the offences that I'm going to read out below. You don't have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention now something which you later will learn in court.
I wanted to be able to look at that man in the eye, for a jury to be able to say you're guilty, and for a judge to be able to say you're going to prison. And after that, for him to go and rot in hell as far as I'm concerned, and just never, ever be seen or heard of again.
You are charged that on Saturday, the 1st of July 2000, at Kingston Gorse, West Sussex, you unlawfully took or carried away Sarah Evelyn Isabel Payne against her will, and that's contrary to common law. You are also charged that between Saturday, the 1st of July 2000, and Monday, the 3rd of July 2000, at Kingston Gorse, West Sussex, or elsewhere, you murdered Sarah Evelyn Isabel Payne.
On November the 13th, 2001, Roy Whiting faced a jury at Lewes Crown Court.
I was about to see the man that had murdered my daughter. I threw up about 2 or 3 times in the morning. I had had nightmares for I don't know how long.
Sarah.
And when he came up from the cells, and he was this little, dirty, unkempt man that wasn't a monster, that wasn't this thing that I could possibly ever be scared of in my life. And I knew that the only reason that that man picks on children is because there is no way an adult would have him anywhere near him.
Before the jury, Whiting claimed he knew nothing about Sarah's disappearance. He claimed he had forgotten precise details of his movements that night and said he'd been set up by the police.
I have never been as confident of getting a conviction from anyone. But after 3 days with the jury being out, I didn't quite have that confidence. I was with Sarah when we got called back into court. We went into court. I don't think I've ever been quite as nervous as I was at that particular stage. And this wonderful young forewoman of the jury, she was asked, how did you find the defendant? And she said in the clearest, loudest voice, guilty. And that was such a relief.
When they came through with guilty, I remember a woman on the jury, she just cried, just absolutely cried. And for me it was a sense of relief, absolute relief. And then the judge went into all the details, the absolute details of his previous. And that was just horrendous.
Before passing sentence, Judge Richard Curtis told Whiting, "You are and will remain an absolute menace to any little girl, and you are every parent's and grandparent's nightmare come true." Then he made the revelation that the psychiatrist who had seen Whiting after his previous attack had warned that he was a high-risk repeat offender. Sarah's murder had proved the psychiatrist right, the judge said.
Hearing that, it's like a knife ripping right the way through. Absolutely. It was like somebody telling me what had happened to my daughter.
Moments after Whiting was taken to the cells, Sarah and Michael Payne faced the world's media.
This doesn't make us happy, but justice has been done. Sarah can rest in peace now. But let's make sure that this stops happening time and time again. People are being let out of prison when everybody concerned knows that this is going to happen again.
Sarah, Michael, can you describe that moment when you heard the verdict?
I thought of Sarah and nothing else.
Coming on, Cap.
The judge recommended that Whiting spend the rest of his life in prison.
I know that there are bad people out there. I know that it was a case of, wrong place, wrong time for her. What I was absolutely devastated and what really knocked me flying was the fact that he'd done it before. I am told constantly that it doesn't happen very often, but I am constantly reminding if it only happens to one child, it's too many.
Since the death of her daughter in July 2000, abducted and then murdered while on a family day out, Sarah Payne has fought tirelessly for a change in the law. For parents, schools and carers to have the right to know that convicted paedophiles are in their local area. The government has now agreed that a trial version of the so-called Sarah's Law will be introduced in 4 areas of England.
Sarah's Law is basically, it's about predatory paedophiles. It's about people that are whiting. If a predator lives in your community, you should be able to go and ask, and somebody should tell you that he is there or she is there.
Over the years, Sarah Payne has tackled anyone with influence to get what she believes in and provide a lasting tribute to her daughter.
If I had known Roy Whiting lived in that area, there is no way my children would have been out to play. That would have saved my daughter's life.
The night that we went knocking on the door of Roy Whiting and arrested him, we went to probably 10 other houses to speak to sex offenders. I'm not saying any one of those could have committed this offence, but there are a lot of sex offenders.
Today there are 30,000 people on the sex offenders register, but that figure doesn't take account of the thousands of others who may have committed offences and gone undetected.
How do you effectively monitor those numbers? Do you put 24/7 surveillance teams onto them? Sounds great, but the resource implications of just looking at one sex offender to that level of scrutiny are enormous.
Today, Sarah Payne is returning to Lewes Crown Court, the first time she's been back there since Roy Whiting was convicted for her daughter's murder in December 2001. She's talking to court volunteers about how to deal with the victims of crime.
First time?
Yes, first time I've been back to Lewes.
First time that you've come back to Lewes Crown Court.
The events of the last few years have taken their toll on Sarah Payne. She lost her daughter, and she and her husband Michael are now divorced.
The stuff that I do for Sarah's Law, many people have said to me, why don't you just walk away? It's obviously a price that's too high. The point is, if everyone does that, then nothing ever changes. It's like, I'm doing this because I believe it's the right thing to do.
She's sharing a platform with Martin Underhill, Tosh, one of the senior detectives involved in the case, to talk about their own experiences and the lessons to be drawn from one of this country's most notorious murder investigations.
I meet many families on a daily basis, and I meet many families throughout the course of my work where, because they're not treated in the same way as we were, they are very fallen and very broken, and a lot of that's to do with the fact that they weren't listened to or they didn't get justice. Tosh and I had a very honest relationship. I had asked Tosh in a very, very early days, please be honest. Don't lie to me. Honesty is most definitely the best policy, don't you think?
The most difficult time I had with Sarah was the honesty over Roy Whiting. He was arrested on the Sunday, the day after Sarah went missing. It wasn't the fact someone had been arrested, it was the fact that this man had done it before. And we had to tell him. And there were a lot of tears and a lot of anger. And she actually said to me, I want to know exactly what he did. And that was awful.
That was a very difficult moment. It was horrible to hear, but I had to know the details. And had Martin lied to me at that point, that would have been the end of our relationship.
The girl was actually taken from Kingston Lane, wasn't she? No comment.
In the years since Roy Whiting was convicted for the murder of Sarah Payne and sent to prison for life, there are still unanswered questions.
Sarah, I want to help find her.
To this day, Whiting has always refused to cooperate with the police.
No comment.
The sad thing is, at the moment, we don't know how exactly Sarah died or why. I write to him every year on the anniversary of his conviction and ask him if he was prepared to speak to the police. So far he has never responded to those letters, but we will continue writing those letters for the foreseeable future, because I think the family and the police force have a right to know what happened.
I'm used to having that pain in my life, so it's duller than it was, but it's always there. It's silly things that set it off. Such silly things. It's things like, just before Christmas I walked around to the shop and there was a young lad there who's, well, they're 16 now, 17, and he's so tall. And he was Sarah's kind of boyfriend, if you like, you know, their first little boyfriend in school. And it was just, I was so upset when I got back, I just couldn't help but cry, because I've been robbed of that.